It's the final round of ESL R1, the Driver Championship this spring. The World Cup in Riyadh is creeping up on not just us, but the drivers as well. And the chances, they're running out for the drivers to make that cut and get on that plane to Riyadh in a few weeks' time. Delighted to have your company here on the BS Competition Twitch. My name is Darragh Thacker, joined by the big boss. It's Florian Haasper alongside me. Florian, Spa, it's a picturesque circuit. It's got so much history, but it's really quite unpredictable. A lot can happen here. I think our fingers are going to have to be crossed for our guys tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, nice to meet you, Darragh. Great you are stepping in for Arjuna, who's been doing this for a couple of rounds, and you also did it at one event. So great to spend the next 5 hours with you, or hopefully 5 hours. So as long as we can stretch this, yeah. I mean, Spa is a great track in the real world. I mean, it's a great track in the sim world. I mean, now the Spa weeks are starting, so iRacing Spa and I don't know, ACC. SRO Spa, and now Rennsport goes to Spa as well. So I think it's a track that all the drivers know very well. It's also been part of the initial track bunch on Rennsport. So the drivers have a lot of experience there, and I think this is also reflected in how our drivers tackle Spa. So they really enjoy it. They all say they like the track and they can perform well there. So let's see if this will turn into reality today.
Yeah, I mean, Spa can be one of those tracks where, not all the drivers like it. It can form some trains, it's very well used in all kinds of racing circuits. So it's good to hear, of course, that our drivers are looking forward to it. But it's very different, isn't it, from last week out at Road Atlanta, where, the track's a little bit tighter, opportunities to overtake are a little bit harder to come by. So do you think we're maybe expecting a little bit more drama, a little bit more chaos and some overtaking, possibly, to make those transfers between the knockout and the semis?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I think if you're not a regular front runner in ESL R1, and maybe only 2 or 3 drivers can be called a regular front runner, then a little bit of chaos can help you. I mean, if you're on the cut or near the cut of P6 in the quarters, and then maybe at the start you lose 1 or 2 positions, then you need something to happen, because it's so hard to work your way up on your own. Yeah. So sometimes I think that the races are a bit too, let's say, straightforward. Yeah. And then you can even have the pace, but due to maybe a small mistake in qualifying, you're just taken out of the whole competition. So a bit of drama sometimes helps. Obviously, you don't want to be part of it. This is then also our lucky draw often, yeah, that you get involved. I mean, then it's absolute chaos. But no, I think things will happen. I think overtaking will happen. But I mean, the storyline is always the same. You need to be quick in qualifying. You need to get a lap together. Then then you have a chance to keep out of trouble. And this is the goal today. I think the pace is there for all of our 4 drivers, and this is, I mean, I've been saying this the whole season, and then things happen, and in the end we sit here and only 1 driver does it or whatever. So, but I'm very confident for today. Also for Germany, by the way, who are playing Spain, and I have to do a double vision because this is a very, very important match for us today.
Yeah, we were talking before we started the broadcast how much is going on this week, in the world of, in the world, really. But yeah, lots to keep a tab of. Obviously, we'll have to keep an eye on the football. But talking about that transfer very quickly, Caique, of course, he's just about sneaking in there for the time being. He'll probably be looking for trying to get into those semi-finals to kind of ensure that spot at Riyadh. But for the others, I mean, particularly Robbie, Ibraheem and Ferris, all of them, they have those chances, don't they? But they're going to have to make sure that they have those good qualities qualifying performances, which can be difficult in a qualifying session here where you've really got to deliver immediately. You don't really have time to settle in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we need big points and nearly perfect rounds for all of the three guys. I think it's a bit easier for Caique. I think he's a very good chance for being in this top 21 to be in the second chance thing, maybe even the top 9. I mean, it's a long way, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't change too much for us. I mean, we will go to Riyadh, and it's not like that the drivers are not going to Riyadh if they don't perform well today. So this is a good thing because we have the team championship. But obviously, we also want to have some zebras in the driver competition at Riyadh, and not just wasting or spending three days at 45 degrees, yeah, and then being totally worn out, and then do the team championship. So the goal is to get at least Caique in, and hopefully with a bit of a miracles to happen now, one or two of the others. But let's see. I mean, we need perfect rounds for that.
Yeah, but again, it's Spa. It could happen, and we'll hope that it can. Lots of drivers down in the bottom of the driver standings are really quite close together. There's 7 points splitting the bottom 12 drivers, so there is quite a tightly packed field. There are chances there for everybody as we make our way through. But of course, looking forward, the drivers that can make that transfer, particularly we're looking at Caique to really hopefully put himself into that group going to Riyadh. I mean, the preparation is going to start relatively soon, but there is a little bit of a gap, isn't there? It's over a month until we do go to Riyadh and to that oppressive heat you were talking about. It's a bigger gap than we're kind of used to, because we've got through this season, both the team drivers and the drivers' championship, in just over a month, and it feels like we're then having that again before we get to Riyadh. So does that kind of change things for the drivers, or is it really just keep focusing on that finals?
No, I'd say it's a complete reset. Yeah, I mean, so many things will change in between. I mean, we will have next week a cool, let's say, preparation week with BMW and Motorsport, with the other BMW M supported teams in Italy, which will be amazing. Yeah, so there's some, let's say, physical and mental preparation for Riyadh, and then afterwards, let's say, Caique and Ferris will go back home after 2 months now from Munich to Sao Paulo and Indonesia. So for them, it will be a lot of like being back with the family, and then to practice at home really, and then boarding the plane to Riyadh at the end of August. So as you said, it's a long stretch. I think it's pretty much a reset. Then you have the different rigs again, so people train back at home, then they come to the event, then you have a different situation again. So anything can happen. I mean, it's the same for all the drivers. I would say maybe our situation is a bit special, as we have these two drivers from Brazil and Indonesia. So they have been driving here, then they go back home, they have their material again, and then they go to Riyadh with yet another setup. So obviously we try to have this in the office here as good as we can to replicate the situation that the drivers will face in Riyadh. But then, as you know, there's always something different and you have to adjust. But it's the same for everyone. And after 2 busy months, it won't get any calmer. And this is the life that you have as a sim racer for these competitions.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, anybody who's been following the BS competition social media accounts will have seen that Caique and Ferris have been going around Munich having a whale of a time, I think it's fair to say. Hopefully they'll be having the same
always eating.
Only eating. It's all about, exactly.
A bit like me.
And did they enjoy it? That's the question. Did they enjoy the food?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's
an unbiased answer there. Definitely. But let's hope that they just enjoy the track as well this evening, in the same way, because if they do, they might be making a surprise transfer, maybe knocking out a couple of the drivers that might feel a little bit safer now. I guess that's kind of an advantage that you can have when you come into a round like this, when you are knowing that you need the results, because there's not really any pressure on you. For the drivers that are in the back end of the teens, currently in the standings, where they're defending their position, there's always that little bit more to fight for. So I mean, I think coming into this, surely I think our guys are going to have a little bit more fire in their bellies, because they've really just not got anything to lose at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least this goes for Ferris, Ibra, and Robbie. I think. I mean, it's always a question how you tackle the situation, and I mean, you could also argue there's even more pressure now because you want to show what you can do. Yeah, you want to perform because this is also how we have tackled the whole season. Really, I mean, every round you have the chance to show that you can do it, that you have the pace to make it into the final or into the semis at least, and so on. And then things happen and you cannot show it because someone hit you or something. So the pressure is there that they generally want to perform, but I fully agree that if you are if the gap is quite big to the standing or to the positions that you need, then I would say the pressure is less. And I mean, in our team, we don't work with pressure at all so much. Yeah, I mean, it's not that we are standing behind the rigs and say, okay, if you don't achieve this lap time, then you are out or whatever. So it is a team effort. We want to have fun doing the sim racing stuff. And we want to win, obviously, but there are so many things you have to get right, like in any other sports or esports competition, and this is where we are very reflected, I would say, and only judge a season at the end and then look at where we stand, and this is what we will do this year as well.
Yeah, and hopefully we improve that standing over the coming few hours. I know that drivers are getting ready to go qualifying. It won't be too long until we get going for that in Knockout 1. Now, of course, the format, we all know it by now. 4 knockout rounds. 6 go through to the semi-finals, and then in the 2 semi-finals, 6 then go through for that. So, there's always that chance that surprises can be sprung, especially the track like Spa. We've been talking about how there's lots of room for surprise and lots of room for chaos and moves to be made, and there's lots that can happen on a track as wide and as fast as this. But for qualifying particularly, with a lap time, over 2 minutes, the drivers, they've really got to nail every single sector, and with it being such a long lap, one little mistake in one part of the racetrack might not be as catastrophic as it might be on other tracks such as Rhodes Atlanta that we were at last week.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, you always have the danger of these off tracks and then slow downs, and then your whole qualifying or race is totally done. Yeah, so this is let's say goal number 1 to really not make any mistake or a major mistake, and then get the lap together, and then you see where you are in the end. Obviously, you want to push, but this is also think of the a matter of the situation we talked about in terms of pressure. I mean, you first you have to get a lap together, and if this is then your PB or whatever, this is the second step. Yeah, I mean, but if you have an off track, then you are basically out, and this is then all the practice was in vain, and so this is definitely something that we need to avoid. Yeah, and, but maybe to add another topic, now that we have the time, I think there are some server kerfuffles going on or whatever, that our Rocket League team will show up here later tonight, so we are very excited about this because we are going to start a boot camp with them over the next weeks. So they train together, and it's a great squad we have together. They're getting prepped for a big event that they have, a Radiant tournament, and it's amazing to have, let's say, 2 sim racers here, 3 Rocket League players, and we still are a normal company. Yeah, so I always like to pretend we are the super esports organization, but we are still in the transformation process, I would say, and but seeing this development is really cool, man.
Yeah, absolutely so. But one thing that we are looking forward to as the BS competition team is, of course, the Rocket League boot camp, Florian, that is starting soon, and I think we've got a little bit of a teaser to show you what's coming up. Florian, you're going to have to talk this through a little bit better than me because you'll know much more than I do. But, I mean, this looks fantastic. So, give us the details.
Yeah, props to our video creator, Eunice. He's doing a great job. And, I mean, these are the kind of videos I definitely want to do for sim racing as well. Yeah, we have to look at it. We had been in Rocket League, let's say 3 years ago with a men's squad, and we were absolutely clueless, I would say, but we signed a really good team at that time with Godsmiller, Freaky, and Acronic. Then Acronic, I don't know, he really kicked his career off with us as a starting point. I think he's now I don't know if he's still with Team Liquid, but he moved to Liquid afterwards, and he's a big star there. And so these were our first experiences in Rocket League. And now after a few years, I forgot about the women's team that we had, where we were really successful and beating everyone. This was also a good period. Then we went out and we focused on sim racing and Trackmania really. And now we thought it's about time, and we got in touch with a really talented and promising squad with two UK-based players and one girl here from the Munich area, which is just amazing because it's so close and we can do stuff together and content and do the boot camp now here. Normally we always went to different places, and but now we are using our home advantage here, and I'm really looking forward to it. And Rocket League is a great addition to our portfolio as a team. We do esports with 4 wheels. This is what we do. Trackmania as well, where we have 3 really fast guys, and so I'm really excited what they will do over the course of the season and the next months. And it's just good to be back in Rocket League because it's another audience. We meet old friends again that supported us when we were in 3 years ago, and I think it's a cool overlap with sim racing and then Rocket League. So a really great project.
Absolutely, and it combines racing and football, doesn't it? So what's there not to like? But I have to say, I have never been any good at Rocket League, and I would regularly decide not to touch it. Because there's far too much going on. I don't know where I'm meant to jump, and then you're meant to.
Totally, it's no. I'm too old. No, but I played it, and I really enjoyed it. And then this pressure of being or joining online tournaments. I mean, you can even as a noob, you can play, and then have this pressure of the next opponent and facing another team and so on. So. Cool situation, but the pressure is huge, and the mental side of things, because you easily make mistakes, and but great game, and good to be back with the Zebra.
I was always good at FIFA. I was always good at racing. I was never good at with them together, but I say I was good at racing. There's a reason I'm sat up here and not driving with the other guys. But I have to say, I know I mentioned earlier that we were going to be soon getting into qualifying. There has been a server issue with not on our end, of course, on their end. And Hugo Luis, who of course is doing the broadcast for us, making it all look wonderful, sent us through an image that is showing a car that is not having anywhere near enough of the parts needed to run that car. There's basically about the survival cell, and that's it. So that's why we're a little bit behind, but we've only got about 4 minutes to qualifying, so not too much longer to wait on that front. But the wait can't be fun, can it? Especially for these guys in the first knockout round. Of course, for us, it's going to be Ferris who's racing. And it can't help just to have that extra little weight when you're going into such a high-pressure qualifying. Yeah,
I mean, it's a big discussion also within our team. I mean, which is the quarterfinal that you want to do? Yeah, is it the first one? Then you are out of the way, and you only have to wait for a few minutes or whatever, or is it the last one? And there are different preferences and so on. I mean, to be honest, Ferris was confident with the first knockout, and then he started to be less confident with the first knockout, and but now we didn't change it anymore because we said, okay, now we finish the season as it is, because it's always difficult to anticipate what the other teams do. So do they switch, and do you get all the big guys, let's say, that you don't want to face in the first knockout, or can you avoid them? The answer to this is no clue. There's no pattern and so on. So some people switch, others don't. We haven't switched for a couple of rounds now, so we are quite calculable. Yeah, but I think no one. We haven't reached the status that teams want to avoid us. Yeah, this is the goal for next season then. But let's see. I have high hopes for Ferris. He really deserves a good result. And he had such a good pace over the past rounds, and then things happened in qualifying. So we had a brief chat before, and I said, okay, no pressure anymore, as you said it before, but just have fun, enjoy it. And so I hope there's a performance explosion that he deserves.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, it's going to be difficult, of course, in this qualifying session, which is underway. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Ferris is coming over to the Kemmel straight now down towards Les Combes. It's such a long run, isn't it? All the way down to what is such a tricky braking zone, really, especially when you're going to try and go side-by-side with another car in racing conditions, making sure you've got it stopped to nip the car back for the second apex, and then you work your way through Malmedy. It's a tricky little section of corners. Of course, we've seen high ESL drama at that corner. I believe it was James Baldwin back a couple of seasons ago where he made the move. All remember, I think it was Ewan O'Leary screaming at the top of his lungs, and it's just implanted into my memory that James Baldwin made the move. But it's difficult to keep the car intact. Again, Ferris doing a good job through No Name in towards Pouon now. It's just really just trying to keep that rear end intact, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's still practice, by the way, so I think the pressure is not yet fully there. Yeah, because I see so many cars. I don't think. Yeah, I've got no clue. But
I was getting ahead of myself.
No. I mean, normally it would be qualifying. Yeah, if the server would have been all right and not producing monocoques. Yeah. So, it's a tough challenge. Obviously, I mean, also if you have followed the real world Spa 24 last weekend, also a great race. Always. A good hunting ground, I would say, for BMW in general in the real world. So tough race, but amazing race if you can perform well there, and the track is just amazing. I mean, it's so historic, but passionate fans around there. So Spa is definitely a top 5 track in the world. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It's like I said at the start of the broadcast, it's one of those picturesque circuits that, it's on so many fans' bucket lists to go and see a race at. Of course, the weather can prove very much, play its part of this track near to the Nürburgring as well in terms of geographically. It's not that far away, so you kind of get the same weather conditions at Spa as you do the Nürburgring. And we saw the Nürburgring 24 hours this year, which was more like the Nürburgring 4 or 5 hours. But the same can happen at Spa. I mean, we've seen it in F1 a couple of seasons ago. We've seen it in GT racing numerous times that there's just too much precipitation. Thankfully, though, here there's no rain. It's nice and sunny. It's probably warmer than it is here where I am in the UK. But practice is definitely coming towards an end now. I got ahead of myself. On my screen that I'm seeing, I can now see that it says practice, but I just didn't realise it. I should have checked the main feed, because it still says that the qualifications haven't started yet. That's probably the main hint for me that this wasn't qualifying yet. But I can tell you now that we're getting in towards qualifying, and Ferris will be starting us up soon.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, practice looked decent. And as you said, no rain here today, but I cannot wait for the iRacing Spa 24, to be honest. I mean, we won it last year, but Spa with rain, I would have loved to see rain at the iRacing Nordschleife event, which was not ready yet, but I think Spa with rain will be an absolute stunner.
Because Spa 24 hours on iRacing is, I believe it's the weekend 20th and 21st, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
And I know that I know that I can't make it. I was really frustrated because, of course, for the commentary, I couldn't make it because I'm going to the E-Prix in London, and I was like, it's the same dates. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a great race. It's going to be exciting. I remember, I think it was at Spain in the Formula 1 where Max Verstappen was asked whether, or they said that he wasn't doing the Spa-24, even though it wasn't happening that weekend. So there's all that confusion about there. But it definitely is in two and a little bit weeks' time. Yeah. It's going to be an exciting one, definitely. And like you said, BS competition in the BMW cars. Good results from the Nürburgring as well, weren't they? I believe P3, wasn't it, in the top class?
Yeah. But I mean, this is our race, and we've won it a couple of times now. So Nordschleife is always special, and so we were maybe a bit disappointed, but yeah. Not more was possible, but now Spa, hopefully BOP will be good, and the BMW will be competitive, and we will have quite a few cars out there because our drivers love it, and this will be a good event.
Yeah, it's one of the drivers' favourites, isn't it? The Spa-24. Like we say, it's one that's often used by the drivers, so
it's like an off
they
track,
enjoy going around it.
Yeah, I think he got an off track.
Oh, well, for Titella.
Okay. At least I got the message, but we will have this super replay anyway. Or is this already the super replay?
Yeah, I mean, Titella, he's the first one out on track, which I believe is why the main feed is following him. Of course, looking at this particular knockout round, we've got Sebastian Job, Marcel Schinzik, along with Ferris Stanley. They're probably a couple of the big names, Bono Huis as well. So, some very big names in this knockout round early on. And it's going to be interesting to see kind of how the mid-pack filter out here. But Titella, hoping to set that first lap time, but you mentioned that off-track may hamper him somewhat.
Yeah. And now, he's already on it.
Flying up Eau Rouge. It's such a blind hill. Just taking as much curb as he can there. Getting onto the Kemmel Spread, of course, the highest point of the racetrack, with so much elevation change up here in the Belgian Ardennes Les Combes. I was talking about it before in practice, about it being such a tricky braking zone, and this is why you've got to make sure you hit the apex on the first part to then get yourself through the left-hander before Malmedy, because you've got to link these corners up. You can lose so much time, can't you? If you miss the first apex and lose a tenth or two, that can really spiral into 5-6 tenths as you get your way down here towards Bruxelles.
You are also an amazing track connoisseur. I've got no clue about where to lose and gain the time, and obviously of this track I know some corner names, so I'm quite proud of that. But but you analyzed it perfectly.
Thank you. Arjuna will agree with me on this. Corner names, so much better than corner numbers. So much easier to remember where you are, and they're more recognisable. I mean, if you said turn 6 at Spa, you wouldn't know where I was talking about, but if I said Les Combes, you know exactly where that is. So it's just like a better system.
I mean, I can, I have a better idea, but still I don't know exactly where it is, to be honest. But this is my fault. After 25 years of racing, I have been really bad at memorizing things. Maybe it's a zebra.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle remembering things. That's why I have to write everything down. But what I do remember is Ferris Stanley looking good through the first couple of sectors, 39.5 and a 59.7, coming up towards the bus stop now. Let's see what he can do through here.
It looked clean. It looked clean.
Can it be good enough through the bus stop? It did look clean. But let's just see if he can get towards the likes of Tillich, Titella, even Jamie Fluke. See what the time is as he crosses the line. It's a good time. It's a 15.5. He's 3 tenths ahead of Daniel Tillich, and he's only about, a quarter of a tenth behind Jamie Fluke. So that's a very good time, as he's 3rd out of 5 so far, and there's definitely room to stay in that top 6.
Yeah. I think decent lap. So let's hope that it will get him somewhere.
And let's see as the others cross the line. Of course, this is Jamie Fluke coming across the line. Of course, as we're accustomed to the main feed, slightly behind our feed when we can go straight into the lobby. So here's Ferris coming up towards Blanchimont now, and we kind of know exactly where he's going to put himself. So we'll wait to see what the other times are going to be. But a 15.3 is a very, very quick time for Marcel Schinzik. But Ferris only being a couple of tenths off of that shows that he's right there. I talked earlier about how you can gain and lose quite a bit of time around this circuit just because of its sheer length. Ferris shaking his head actually at the end of the lap, not happy with it despite going P3. So we'll have to see how the others settle on that. But it does seem that, you know, there isn't too much differential in time, and Ferris being unhappy, maybe there's a little bit more time in that lap, and maybe Marcel Schinzik and Fluke as well are looking for a little bit more time in their laps.
Yeah, but I mean, ESL R1 is, and I said this last week as well, all about relative pace. You know what I mean? It's, yeah, he's not happy, but he's already now, he can only finish 10th, yeah, at the worst case, yeah. And I think last week he had an off track, and then the lap was ruined, and then he was 12th or whatever. So I think now he has the chance that the other guys also do mistakes maybe on the laps, and then he's still, yeah, near this P6 that he needs. Yeah, so I'm not too unhappy with it. If you see, okay, close to Jamie, yeah, 1/10 to Dominic. Let's see what the others do.
Yeah, let's see what Price can do. Let's see as he crosses the line. He goes a 56. Yeah. So, yeah, slower than Ferris again. So, Ferris very much the mid-pack at the moment. 3 ahead, 3 behind, with 4 remaining. Bono Huis, 39.4 and a 59.7 in the middle sector. I don't actually believe that's quicker than Ferris. So, I think, if memory serves, Ferris might just be sneaking ahead of Bono Huis, but it looks like it could be tight with the Dutchman. Through the final corner he comes. Let's see the time as he crosses the line. Where's it going to be in comparison to Ferris? Oh, okay. A little bit quicker. Maybe slightly off. But still only just over a 10th. And that's 3 places ahead of Ferris. Just showing how close the times are.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally close once more. Now Sebi will come and smash everyone probably. But let's see.
Job in that team red line car, bouncing his way through the final couple of corners, maybe a little bit out of shape, but you know, we're talking a little bit. Up towards the line for Sebastian Job. Where can he put himself? He's gone P2. So again, we're seeing sometimes, you know, in the 15.3s. Lewis McGlade earlier was telling me that target time was a 15.2 to a 15.3 for the top pole time, so that is kind of where we're at, but maybe there's room for a couple of drivers to go ever so slightly quicker. Rogers, the New Zealander, coming through the the final corner now, going as wide as he dares in his Porsche up towards the line. Where did he put himself? He goes fastest. There we go. There's the 15.2 that I was just mentioning about. But even still, I mean, Ferris has dropped down to what is now 8th. Even so, he's not far off the times of the drivers in front, and a little bit of chaos in front can put him right in that mix for the top 6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a bit worrying that Isaac is close to him. I mean, I have so much respect for Isaac, but he's a fighter. He's always a tough nut to crack, and this is the... Oh, Moritz. Yeah. Also had a Ferris.
It teased us a bit there, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Look differently, but okay. But time to fight once more. Everything's possible. Good start needed. And
yeah, but
let's see.
It'll be interesting to see how good the start can be. Of course, the long run down towards Lake Com, out of lift sources, you know, one of, you could argue, one of the better openings of laps, particularly on this calendar for racing. So I think we're going to be looking at 2, maybe 3 wide as we come towards the end of the Camel Straight. Let's hope that it all stays clean, or at least for Ferris. I mean, let's be real. I don't think we'd necessarily mind if the front 7 skittle themselves out and Ferris can march his way to victory. But you know, we've got to be slightly realistic here. I think his chances are good. Of course, close on the pace. He was shaking his head. Clearly feels like there's more time in that lap. And if he can really try and put pay to that in terms of the race pace that he has over the course of this race, I mean, I see no reason for him not to be able to try and get into that top 6.
No, definitely. And I mean, Robbie has showed it, I think, at least twice this year that, I mean, even if you start 11th, you still can fight and so on. And he worked his way up to 6 or even better. So, no, it's only over once the checkered flag is out. I mean, the crucial bit is not to fight 4 P7s and P8s. Yeah? So this will be interesting because these drivers that are chasing P6, they have to, I don't know, work together almost to a certain degree and not try to overtake the other guy all the time. I think you really have to see, are we still close to P6, and then you have to be in or remain calm and in contention. But there's too much bruising and banging going on for P9, then these guys are definitely lost. Yeah, so they will never make it to P6.
Absolutely so. Thankfully, we're starting behind the safety car, coming into the bus stop chicane, and we're not going from, you know, a tour of most of the lap before we can get racing, which is nice to see. But Ferris going to have to lock in. He's on the outside line as well. That can be a blessing in disguise here at Spa. Let's see how he can get the launch as we get going here at Spa. Rolling start, of course, as we make our way to the line, and we are racing now already. Can Ferris get that slipstream? He's already looking like he's got a good start against the two in front of him. He's looking for that outside line, but he's just not going to be able to find it as it's blocked off to him. Two on the inside. Got to be careful that they don't try and skittle him out. A little bit of contact on the exit, and Ferris dropping down to 10th, but being, you know, on his own, not being 2-3 wide into Eau Rouge can give him a nice bit of momentum as he rises up the hill. Let's see, can he get a bit of a slingshot as we ride through Radion over Eau Rouge? What a run that is from Isaac as he tries to get through on Tartella, and Thomas is going to come under a lot of pressure here from Ferris. This could be quite a scary moment, possibly 3 wide as they run their way down in towards Lake Calm. Let's see, can Ferris just about, you know, bump draft his way into P9? It doesn't seem like he'll be able to. A couple of drivers drifting wide, though. Can he pick up the pieces? Inside line at Malmedy, this can be tricky. And Ferris just keeping it together. Lucky, really, not to be going around, but he's really keeping his footing on this opening lap, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in a fighting mood, yeah. I mean, as I've predicted, Isaac is next to him. Isaac will never move out of the way. He needs to be fought. Let's see. But there are things happening maybe further up, yeah. So... Definitely everything's possible still, but this is a fighting group that, I don't know, this is what I mentioned earlier, too much fighting. 4 P9 and 8 could lose you the whole thing, and so if someone went off, this was a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I believe it was Bono Huis who went off of the track. I'm just going to have a quick look at the main feed just to have a look at what happened to him, because he went wide at No Name Corner. I wonder if there was contact further up, because he was running in the top 4 as they ran through, but it wasn't really clean at the front of the field, let alone at the back of the field where Ferris is now, who's trying to, you know, use Isaac and Bono to his advantage as we make our way through Blanchimont. Yes, Bono was pushed out by the Williams Esports driver of Blaya. I know I've butchered that name. Dominic Blaya. Go with
Dominic
that.
Blaya.
There we go, Blaya. You know, I look at the name and I can't say it first time, and if I say it enough, it should make sense. Ferris, we'll be honest with ourselves, it's not been the greatest opening lap. He's lost a couple of spots, but the guys up in front are being feisty, clearly. Bono Huis and Dominic dropping down the order from being inside the top 4. You know, there's very much room for this to occur again. There's 6 more laps of this race, and you can still see the leader here from Ferris's point of view, so definitely still chances.
Yeah, definitely. And you can also still see P6, yeah, so now it's all about keeping the draft, which seems a bit difficult just now. Maybe, I don't know if he still has it, hopefully, because this is crucial.
Let's see. Wide moment, though. There's a little bit of fighting up in front. That's Isaac. No, it's not Isaac, right? That's Dominic and Bono going at it again. So, you know, they've had their differences on the opening lap down at No Name, and they're continuing that on as we make our way into Lake Calm. Deep moment there from Bono. Is he letting him through? I'm not too sure. Regardless, Bono has lost this position, and all this is doing really is backing Isaac and Ferris up into each other. I don't think Ferris is going to have to worry about Daniel behind him, because he's a good 5 seconds off the back. But Ferris, this is kind of where you're waiting, you're biding your time, because you can sense that something's going to happen in front of you. It's just got to pick that moment and trying to make sure that you're not involved in the incident.
Yeah, I think the problem is that this group of the 3 drivers here, or is it 3 or even 4? Yeah, I think they are about to lose touch to the group ahead, and this is the hard bit, but maybe it even looks like they can still close the gap. Yeah, so they have to keep their calm for 3 more laps for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, P6 just up there ahead of Dominic Blair, so yeah, only about a second up the road. And if they start fighting, which there is, you know, every chance of happening, especially when you look at the mini map on the right hand side and seeing how close everybody is together, then definitely there will be chances. Only 7 laps per race, of course. Longer lap here at Spa than we get at some other circuits that we will race out as we go flying through the bus stop chicane. But Ferris not making any moves there. Isaac Price looking like he looks like he's lining something up. I know you've said that he can get his elbows out, Florian, but it looks like, as Fred gives him a bit of a love tap, that if Bono and Dominic don't sort it out between them soon, Isaac's going to try and make a move pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. This is Isaac. So much experience, always trying to get the maximum out of the result. Now Ferris is really close, so I think we will now see an attempt by Ferris. The end of the straight. Yeah,
let's see, can he do it? Inside, outside, where is he going to go? Is he just going to stick behind here? He's going to stick behind, not going to risk it this time around. Maybe was put off by the 2 in front, going side by side, didn't want to get caught on the wrong line and involved in an incident. Regardless, though, he's still in P10, still lurking around. I mean, all of these guys are looking dangerous in a way. There's been a little bit of a couple of taps here and there between the drivers, but it should be said, Ferris is only 4 seconds off of the lead on lap 3 of 7 here, and he's in P10. These gaps aren't opening, and that might become a bit of a theme for the night.
Yeah, I fully agree. This looks like very close performances or lap times and pace. But still, if you're in P10, you're still four places away of the position that you at least want. And this group needs to close the gap somehow to the guy in P6. I cannot see who it is. Give me a second. This should be Tatala. Tatala. So this is job number 1, that Bono gets closer to Thomas. And this is the crucial bit, yeah.
Let's see, can he make any kind of lunge in towards the bus stop? I think it would be a little bit ambitious if he was going to do so, especially from this far back. So we'll just sit him behind on the end of the lap. But we can see a move being attempted there. I think that was Thomas Tatella, the Finnish driver, looking for a move up in P6 on fluke. But again, those guys fighting just gives that that carrot dangling in front of the face of the likes of Ferris, the likes of Isaac Price, who can still see P6. It's not out of the question yet, but time is starting to tick. They're going to have to make these moves soon. And Isaac Price right on the back of Dominic Blair here. He might have a go down in towards the Con, but equally there's Dominic Bono as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a dream if Thomas would start fighting with Jamie, because then they will definitely lose time as well. So this must be the goal. Thomas is also one of my favorites, because also ultra fast and always and a fighter. So he's someone, I think he can hardly hide that if he has a chance to overtake Jamie, he will try it. This is my assumption, and so if it goes wrong, it's good for us. But let's see.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, again, it feels like these races go through quite quickly because there only are 7 laps. We've already completed more than half of our trips down in towards Lake Com, which, feels surprising considering that we've only been going about 9 minutes or so in this race. These are short, snappy races. But as we make our way through Puon, I think we're just kind of waiting for this to explode. We can see how close the drivers are. There's definitely going to be some attempted moves at some point. We're not going to run in this formation all the way to the end. Well, surely not. So I think really it's going to be a case of when do they move, when do they try and make the overtake stick here. I noticed that, of course, we're down to 11 drivers in this session, so evidently someone had dropped down, which is unfortunate for them.
Who was it?
I don't know. I feel like it was behind Ferris. Then I don't know who that was.
Let me try to find out.
Compare compare the difference of
William
names.
Chadwick. I think
I was about to say William Chadwick. So that's not ideal for him. And then he is William Chadwick down near. Where's he in the standings? Can't see him. I'll have to look for him in a minute.
Quite low, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't even think he's on here. Looking up. No, he's not.
Even it.
That's why I could see him.
Maybe he never scored a point.
Yeah. Maybe it's his first
Possibly.
race. Who knows? Maybe
No, it's definitely not his first, but I don't know.
Yeah, because I feel like I've seen.
The man, the miss.
He's still on the stand. So,
Will
I point out,
Will Chadwick won the race that I was competing in with the Mazda in Daytona, so I can say I was in the race with Will Chadwick and lost.
Yeah, that's fair enough. My only... I think the only race I can say that I've been in with someone that anybody would know is Thomas Ronha. And I was beating him for a lap and a half. That's about it. That was a while ago as well. That was before Thomas Ronha was known as Thomas Ronha. But anyway,
I think Ferris received a 1 second penalty or whatever.
Yes.
So it's not getting easier.
No. Yeah, you can see at the top of the screen 1 second time. It's pending to be served. We'll wait for Ferris to serve that. I mean, where would you serve that if you had that penalty? I mean, would you wait for the bus stop, slowest part of the racetrack?
Probably, but does need to be. I don't know if it needs to be served within the race or is it? Yeah.
Oh, it looks like. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm a very good rule book reader. No, I'm not.
Zeus McLeod once said, what are the rules? I've forgotten the rules. Who cares what the rules are? I'm very much echoing that. But there are only 2 laps to go in this. If Ferris does have that 1 second time penalty, it does look very difficult, I think it's fair to say, for him to put himself into the top 6. But equally, we don't know. Everybody in front of him might have 5 second time penalties. You never know.
I think that the groups are now quite close together, and some moves will be made, definitely. I think everyone has been very patient now, which I praise. I think this is the way to go, but at some point then you need to start trying things if you want to improve or something, and even if it's just by 1 or 2 positions to gain some more points. But let's see, maybe now.
Yeah, let's see, is he going to make the move? No, sitting in behind again, but everyone getting a little bit more squirrely on those brakes down in towards Lake Com. Doesn't look like the most comfortable of times. Interesting to note as well, as you mentioned about how the groups have tightened. Ferris Stanley on lap 3 was 4.5 seconds back from Joshua Rogers. He's now 4.4. So, if anything, there's been a slight tightening in the entire field here. There's not really been any opportunity for anyone to make a bit of a breakaway, and the trains have stayed close, which could suggest that qualifying may be a little bit more important than we thought, because moves haven't been as easy to come by in this race. You feel like it's a little bit of a feature of the series at this point, but Ferris still in here. I mean, Price and Blair particularly in P8, or if you're Bono Huiz, you're going to have to make those moves, but they're directly in front of you. It gets to the stage where you really, really want to make that move quite quickly, because it's quite literally within touching distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit frustrating. I mean, if this is the reality of the races, then yeah, okay. If you cannot even try or go for a move at the end of the long straight and so on, so I don't. So then we are in for some maybe boring quarterfinals, but let's see.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. We can always pray. Through the final couple of corners we go with Ferris. Can he get a good exit out of here? Doesn't look like it's going to be setting the world on fire. 1 lap to go though. Final lap started in this first race of the evening here for ESL R1, the final round of the Drivers' Championship, before we get all the spots sorted for the drivers heading to Riyadh. Ferris Stanley looking to pick up a top 6 here, but it is not looking terribly likely. Fair to say, though, he's got a big gap back to Daniel Tillich, who really hasn't been there all race long. Something happened to him at the start, and he hasn't been able to get back into the train. But here comes Ferris, actually, looking for an outside line move down the Kemmel straight. He's got a much better run than Isaac Price. Can he make this one stick? Dancing around the outside, he'll have to be on the brakes. He's going to be later on the brakes than Isaac Price is on the inside. Little bit of contact. Ooh. Oh, there's cars off in the front, which means there's 2 free positions. Ferris is now finding over P7 with Isaac Price, and all of a sudden, we've now got a possible battle with Bono Huis in P6. He's half a second up the road.
This is what I was talking about, but is it now P7? What?
Well, Ferris is in P8 now because he lost that position back to Isaac Price. Momentarily in P7.
Okay. So the fight is wide open. Yeah, that will be hard to make any moves, but let's see what happens still. Keep fighting, Ferris.
Yeah, high drama there, wasn't it? Is it in towards Les Combes? We know it can happen, but for Thomas Tatella and Moritz Lerner, they have had really their nights and possibly even their championship hopes completely dashed here. So really, really unfortunate for them. But in towards we come Paul Frere, of course. You'll spot no house. It's been removed in the real world in the last year. So where that house used to be, now a big gravel trap. Can Ferris get the run? Can he try and pick up a P6 here? He's in the slipstream. This is actually going to be quite close. 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. All in a line as we make our way in towards Blanchimont corner for the final time. Can Ferris put himself anywhere? Are the others going to take themselves out? They're nearly 3 wide as they make their way into the bus stop chicane. Can Ferris somehow sneak his way through? Little bit of contact as they make their way through. Oh, you're going for the up and under, Ferris. Oh, he nearly got it, but Isaac Price just about got a better one. And Isaac Price actually is going to miss out by the skin of his teeth, less than 1/10 of a second against Bono Huis. But Ferris Stanley, P8 only in the end. I think it's a little bit harder after that kind of chance that he was given with the incident at Les Combes.
Yeah, but crazy that something happened between Thomas and Moritz. Sorry for Moritz as well, because I think he was in the top 6, right? So I've got no clue what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, a big result in the end for the likes of Jamie Fluke, who has made his way through. He was 16th in the standings coming into this. It's important for him. Moritz Lerner, though, he was 17th. He is out. Other drivers that are out include Price, of course, Tatella, and they were a couple of those drivers in and around where Caique is. So Caique trying to make that transfer in towards what should hopefully be Riyadh, but we'll keep an eye firmly on that. Hopefully we'll be able to chat to Ferris soon, but in the meantime, Florian, I think it's fair to say that knockout one showed that the grid might, but there's also going to be a bit of a chance for some carnage at the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was in the end bad luck. I mean, pace was there, but you cannot really overtake. Yeah, then you have to wait for the right moment to go for a move, and obviously Ferris was dependent that something happened in front of them. Then it happened, and that could have also gone the other way. Yeah. So I think a good fighting performance and so on. And I think now he's here for an interview.
He is here, so we can speak to him now. Delighted that you could be here, Ferris. I mean, commiserations in the end. It was really close. It was a little bit further away at the start of the last lap. Got to P8 with the incident. But, I mean, talk us through the qualifying lap first off. We saw you shake your head. Was there a couple of tenths in there that you thought you could find?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no words actually. Like, yeah, I messed up the sector 2 as a last sector. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's all been... has been throughout this season. Like, I've been like, I don't know what happened to quali, but I think this is my first bad quali, I guess. Well, probably second actually. Like second or bad quali. Like I think I was way off compared to my one-shot consistency on practice. But yeah, I think like to be fair, when I start PA, and lost so many positions on that because I cannot do anything especially 3-watt because I'm pretty much the victim on that, or else I'm gonna lose some will go to off-road. So yeah, I don't know, like, and then the rest is just like, well, yeah, I have to say sorry to Daniel. I have to look the replay again, but I'm probably pushing a little bit on the edge on before pit fat because I thought like it was clear, but suddenly it's not. So yeah, well, on the race, I'm just like chilling on that. Like pace is there, but nothing I can do on that. But suddenly in the last lap, there is incident with Thomas and Moritz. Maybe like if I don't get a 1 second penalty, maybe I try to go when aggressive, but at the same time, like there's nothing to fight for. I don't want to risk it any penalty points.
Yeah, I mean at the end as well, we saw you looking for that switchback through the bus stop chicane, but of course it was just closed off for you. I mean, it must give you a little bit of a boost, though, in the sense that you know that the pace is there somewhere, if and when you can find it. Is that something you can try and carry forward into the coming weeks and months?
Oh, I mean, there's no race in the next week, so that's good. So, but at the same time, I hate this format. So, next one, well, I'm not gonna compete there for championship. That only one shootout. So, I mean, not compete there for championship one shootout at least on that. So, only focus on team championship, which is not gonna have this like quarter, semi, or final because it's been like rough for me. Like the last time I make it semi-final, I almost make it to final. So, that's annoying. But hopefully the Riyadh, there's more chance into it. Like it's different format, better format. Hopefully, I'll have better result compared to entire this team and driver championship.
Yeah, absolutely so. But I mean, commiserations, Ferris. It was close in the end, but you drove valiantly. There were a couple of chances, and yeah, we wish you all the best. Thanks for coming to speak to us.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I mean, Florian, I mean, like we were touching on before, it was close. There were those incidents, but I think that particular collision between Moritz and Thomas on that final lap shows that there is that possibility for something to happen on the last lap. So wherever you are in the field, you can try and make that progression. And if you're then in that top 6, we're looking at maybe Caique, who'll be looking to be in that top 6 anyway. You've got to be more careful because the drivers behind are going to be going for it quite hard.
Yeah, and the key certainly is that the gaps were so small in this race. Yeah, so and then people who are even in P5 have to look back and say, okay, and then there's much more turmoil in the field, and then things happen. And then if just one guy loses the patience, I mean, we haven't seen what really happened. I don't want to blame anyone, but somehow things happen then, and then you have to be there. And I think you really can put ESL R1 into a few mathematical rules, or something. First, no off-track in qualifying, then do a decent lap, then stay out of trouble at the start, then don't fight if you're in a group outside of the top 6, and so on, and then fight until the last lap because anything can happen. In some cases, nothing happens, obviously, but you have to be there because otherwise you will be really angry with yourself if you haven't given your best. Yeah.
Absolutely so. And I mean, for some of these guys, they're going to be definitely gutted, especially with this being the last chance. They won't be able to get through. Second quarterfinal is coming up in the not too distant future at all. I think we're trying to squash them a little bit more with the little delay we had at the start. But in this particular race, we've got the likes of Luke Bennett, we've got Collins, we've got McCormack as well. These are guys that are fighting over those top 9 spots to automatically go to Riyadh.
And we've got Caique
our driver in this. Yes, Caique's in this. So I should mention that at the start, shouldn't I? So Caique in this particular quarter-final, it looks like one that he can definitely progress in. There's a few big names in there, but not too many where you're like, oh, this is going to be quite a couple of big hitters are going to go.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I love about Caique. He doesn't care about who is around him, I would say. He knows he has the pace to beat, I would say to beat everyone, but obviously he needs a perfect lap for that, and be relatively close to his PB and so on. But I think he don't. Well, he doesn't have to hide, and the pace in the practice was really good and promising. And yeah, if he gets anyhow close to that, I think we can see a really good and promising run from him today.
Yes, and now I can definitely see in the top right of my screen that says practice. So I'm not going to pretend that this is qualifying.
Practice. Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
By the way, Germany,
make that
Spain, 0-0. No, 0-0. You say in English, right? So this was a foul from a German player. I admit this. Tony Kroos, I think maybe. So yeah, I will have an eye on this as well. But now it's all about Caique.
We mean to Tony Kroos and what could be his final game. Come on.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
Whatever he does, he'll be untouchable. As hopefully will be Caique if he can get a pole position here. Of course, the Brazilian maestro. There's probably other, anecdotes for Brazilian, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. Caique looking, I think, definitely for a good result here. I'm sure he can. Looks like he'll be one of the first drivers to get going on his lap. We'll wait around for him to do so, but he's looking pretty relaxed, as you'd hope you would be. And I have to say, I think his livery out of the four is the best, I'll be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I have to work on myself now because I rather get distracted by watching football on the second screen. So I'm sorry if I'm just looking like falling asleep here. So no, I mean, Caique, he's determined. He knows what he can do, and he had Schnitzel, he had Leberkäse, he had all the Bavarian stuff. So can only be strong.
Yeah, let's see how he does up. Upper Rouge and Rally onto the Kemmel straight. And he will get. I mean, it's one of the longest straights, of course, on this particular calendar. See how he can negotiate Les Combes. The second driver out on track, so his time will be one of the benchmarks. Let's see, through the first part into the second part, keeping those lines nice and tight, not allowing himself to drift a little too far wide and lose a few hundredths. Looking all right. I think that was a bit of a head nod as he came out of Malmedy. I might be wrong on that one, but through Bruxelles, nice and tight to the inside. Such off camber, or so much camber in the corner as you dive down the hill. And when you get to Nome, you're pretty much at the bottom, with Poo on really the last downhill left to face.
Yeah, it looks clean. I mean, no clue how clean it is, but yeah, I'm also trying to have an eye on the mainstream. So we'll see Bennett. So that, I mean, Bennett's time will be a very good indicator of how quick this knockout can be. And then Caique is up next. Yeah.
I mean, let's see. So Caique's first sector, 39.4, was a grand total of 300ths faster than what Luke Bennett did in the opening sector. That doesn't mean too much. Luke Bennett, though, has gone at 2 minutes 15.3. I think that's almost... so it's a little bit slower than we saw the pole time in quarterfinal 1. That's what I was trying to say. Let's see what Caique can do. Can he put himself into those low 15.3s? Bus stop chicane are the only corners left for him to negotiate. Bouncing his way through the first part, bouncing his way through the second part, running up to the line. What's the reaction? He looks pumped. That looks like a very good reaction. And a 15.33, that's a great time for Caique. And I'd say definitely that's going to put him in the top 6 in this qualifying session.
Really good. Really good.
Have to see if you can keep it up. Throughout this, well, let's see if, what the other times are. If he can keep up his position.
Was he quicker than Bennett? Looked like
Yes, it was.
Oh, this is a good sign.
About half a tenth quicker than Luke Bennett. I have to say, actually,
Luke is so strong. Redline is so strong this year, and to be close to them and to maybe quicker even, this is good. So then you are fast.
Absolutely. We'll see what Caique's time is. Obviously we know what Caique's time is, but we'll see him cross the line here.
Super nice.
Going
Super nice.
15.33. What can the others do though? Collins, can he maybe chuck in a time that's a little bit faster? We'll wait and see as he dives his way through Blanchimont. He looks tucked up in an office for sure. I mean, if that's his home, I'd be worried about why there's nothing there. So I presume that's an office. He bounces his way through. Towards the line he comes. Will it be faster or slower than Caique? This is going to be an interesting test. Going to be quite a bit slower. 15.5.
Caique, yeah, you can do it. So who else is here who is really dangerous for pole? Could be, well, not to, underrate the drivers that I don't mention now, but McCormick can be quick, Jayovsky can be really quick, and everyone can be quick, but I think those are probably the biggest threats in terms of pole position. But that we are in a position to talk about a pole makes me really happy. Now
and of course, the way this the way this format works. Yeah. No, I was just going to make a quick point about the way this format works means that all you need to do really is finish in the top 6, and then it just starts all over again. It's a bit like qualifying in Formula 1, where you get through Q1, the top 15 go through, and then you basically start afresh again. So the aim here is to get inside the top 6. If you can get a pole and get an easy win, that's going to give you a great confidence boost for the semi.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Lemonek, no.
I mean, Erhan Yayovsky is one that I'm looking at that might battle with Caique's time.
Yeah,
McCormack as well, but it's looking good, I think it's fair to say, for Caique.
I mean, even if they go quicker, then he's still third, but I think, I don't know, I don't want to start dreaming, but I don't know if we ever have been on pole in this, but maybe now.
And Antunes can't do it, so the worst Caique can be is going to be 7th, and that is if everybody still left to settle lap time beats him, and I don't think
15.33 is a mega lap time, full stop. I think Sebi Job Rogers did a 2.9, or a low. Yeah, so he's close to Rogers, so that's it. So Darragh McCormick, where are we? 2nd. So he was potentially the most dangerous guy, but now Erhan, always dangerous. The bees, zebras don't like bees. Do we like bees? I don't know, maybe. We don't care about bees probably, but let's see. I think it's
let's see if he can... You can do that. I've also just seen that Pedri's gone off limping, which is good news for you, isn't it? Erhan Yayovsky, where can he go in relation? It's only a 15.4, so, there's only 4 challenges left of the throne. Worst starting position is 5th. Cherepeni will be next. That middle sector time, though, is not filling me with confidence at 1 minute 0.06. Let's see what he can do. It's not filling me with confidence in terms of I don't think that's going to be quicker than Caique. Watch me be entirely wrong, but he's going to come up towards the line. Don't like it. Where's he going to be? Okay, no, it's a 15.8. Okay. Ooh. I was worried that it was so out of the range that I was either going to be very wrong or right. And thankfully, for a PS competition point of view, Cherepeni at 15.8. Pedric, the German driver, he's not watching the football. He's focusing on this qualifying session. He's got the bus stop chicane to go. Let's see where he can put his car. His Audi will pop up into only P9. 15.5 is all he can do.
The pole coming.
Bring it on. What Dan beats be the person? What the last driver? You can almost write it in the stars and it'll happen.
I mean, Ulas has a nice bike, but hopefully no pole.
Let's see. Ozil Direm up towards the line for the FaZe clan. And where did he go? It's only going to be P6. The Caique's either got a pole or he's got a front row. Now I'm gonna put my neck on the line. 59.8 from Dan Beats. I think he's gonna come 11th here. I'm gonna put my neck on the line. Watch him get pole now through the final couple of corners. In the Mouse car, the number 26. Is it going to be a Caique pole position here at Spa? Dan beats across the line. He does only go 11th. I didn't get that right.
Thank you,
And Caique is on pole position. And doesn't he look happy?
It is the schnitzel thing. We need more schnitzel. If you have schnitzel, you are fast. Look at me.
I have to ask him about that after the race, as long as he gets through.
Yeah. I mean, pole is nice. Let's take pole. Wonderful. We can celebrate. But now it's about to execute it. By the way, do we have any Spanish drivers in this competition? This is unfair. I think there are only a few Germans, so...
yeah.
Otherwise we could have...
In this race, I don't think, at least.
Yeah, there's no Spaniard. Yeah, we will check. Still nil. But this is pole. Oh, good. Sorry to interrupt. This is a good moment for...
It's okay. I had to say that I realised that you are, because of course I've got my second screen up, but it's coming through, kind of like the streaming service, and I realised you were talking about that gross foul. I didn't see it for a good minute and a half afterwards, so you're going to shout goal at some point, and I'm not going to know what is going on. But that is fine. Caique in the train. Hopefully he won't be in a train. Hopefully he won't be looking at anybody's rear end in this race. Hopefully he can just run away at the front. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Oh, there's a German attack, which is interesting. I mean, while they're still practicing, I can watch this. No, but there's nothing happening. So, I'll fully
as you're saying that, I'm still waiting for this free kick for Spain.
Really? I think
that's how behind I am.
Oh. Okay.
So I can look forward not just to a Caique opposition, also to a German attack. But yeah, this is great for Caique. This is fantastic. Because realistically, if he can get through lap 1 without incident, he can manage the race. All he needs to do is finish in the top 6, and his finishing position won't really affect where his qualifying for the semi-final. So he just needs to finish in the top 6, a clean lap 1, and you'd think, fingers crossed, everything crossed, touch wood, everything, he would get through.
I mean, his pace is awesome, yeah, and now it's about executing it, and I mean, if you are not. Yeah, if there's not a big drama, I think it should be doable to bring this home. But you never know in racing, and in sim racing in particular, anything can happen. But but this looks good. But let's see.
Let's do see as we work our way through the final corner. There's no one in front of us for Caique. He decides when we go. So this is really just dependent on when he wants to put the foot down. And he's gone now. I have to say, I'm going to be honest, it's not the greatest of starts, because we've got Luke Bennett immediately on the rear as McCormack, I should say, is going around the outside. Little bit of contact. Caique's gone a little bit deep, but he's got the exit and he's got the run. And that should see him safe over the top of Eau Rouge. They're going to go side by side, it seems, behind. Maybe Luke Bennett's going to slot in behind. Erhan Yojovski is slotting into P3, but as they rise up the hill, we'll look behind at the chaos. A little bit of contact as they bounce their way over. Good job that barrier's been moved back. You can really see the difference that has made in that collision. But here comes Luke Bennett. He's gaining in the slipstream. Of course he is. Will he go for the move? Yojovski's going to the in. Is Oliveira going to defend? Can Caique do it? I don't think he's going to need to. There's fighting in behind. Caique's made it through Lake Com. And I think this is perfect for him, because he's made it through the most difficult part of the race for him without incident, and he can really manage it from here. Yeah.
So this was the first critical phase of the race. Well survived, well handled. Little love tap from McCormack, I think, who also is an aggressive driver. So this, but we survived it, and now I think Darragh lost some positions, so it's now Luke. So it's a BMW 1-2, so let's see. Not doing any silly stuff, then we should have a good result here. And to be honest, if this ends like this, or with a podium or whatever, this is good for his points tally in the qualifying for the Riyadh thing. So crucial race here.
They're really, really important for Oliveira. McCormack has slipped back to P5. I have to say, it's really bad that my name is Irish. Of course, McCormack's name is Irish. And I'm looking at it and I don't know how to pronounce it, and I'm so scared of saying it wrong as a person with another Irish name that is impossible to pronounce. I would feel really bad. I'm going to have to check that one out. I think it's Dare. I'm going to double check.
First, by the way, thanks to Owen Carroll for the raid. Yeah, and this has been a nice habit that.
Oh, thank you, Owen.
That he's bringing over his fans to his team's channel. Much appreciated. Welcome, guys, and seeing Caique Oliveira in a zebra car, Caique Oliveira on top of things here. So you're tuned in right in time.
Yeah, there's no better time really to raid the stream, is there, when we've got Caique Oliveira leading the race? I don't think I can remember the last time that we were in such a good position for the BS competition, guys. Luke Bennett still in behind. That's what we kind of expect. Yovski's here as well, being towed along in this train. The question here is Luke Bennett going to go for it, and will Caique fight? The answer to is Luke Bennett going to go for it is no, which means Caique doesn't have to really worry about it. These guys know that there's nothing much to fight for at this stage apart from some points. Caique will be looking for those points as he's very close to the bubble, but if he can pick up a win here, I mean, that really, really improves his chances. It shoots him up ahead of the likes of Moritz Lerner, who won't be scoring any more points. It'll put him ahead tied with Thomas Tatella, who won't be picking up any more points this evening. So yeah, it puts him in a really, really strong position if he can bring this one home. Even P2 should almost see him into the top 21 easily.
Yeah. This is good news. I mean, you were asking what are they fighting for? I mean, they're fighting for the honor, obviously, as well. I mean, you know how competitive Redline is, and they never like that there's another BMW ahead of them, which I understand. So this could be something that Luke Bennett is fighting for. I hope not, because I just fancy this side now with a 1-2, and Redline has scored so many great results and wins this year, so they can easily hand this over to us and not risk anything, but we will see.
Yeah, we were talking about the Nürburgring 24 early, weren't they? They got the 1-2, and we got the P3 at BS competition. So the least they could do is let Caique take this one home, just to give him the extra 7 points. Luke Bennett doesn't need them. Luke Bennett's up in P6 in the championship. He's got 96 points already. He's fine. He'll be easily in the top 9. Let Caique get the 25, and then everyone can be happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Erhan Yovski, though, as well, that he can be a dangerous customer. He's good on many different platforms. Particularly, I know of him from the Race Room platform, where he's won lots of ranked events. So he's definitely someone to look out for. And McCormack making his way back through on Lemonek as well shows that there's definitely some risk behind. But I think for these front guys, they know that that they're fighting over positions just to get through, and that they're not going to be too fussed. You can see here, Luke Bennett. I thought it was going to. Maybe that's going to undo my point. I thought it was going to bump draft him. But here we go to the inside. Is Caique going to defend around the outside? He looks like he's got the better line, but can he make it work for him? Dancing around the outside. He's got the inside line for the second part. It'll be the outside line for Malmedy, but he's got most of the car in front, and I think Caique will hold on to this, and that's fantastic defense from Brazilian.
Yeah. Now Luke gets under pressure. I think, you know my opinion. If you are in the top 6, if you are leading the race, or if you are in second or third, don't fight too much, because it could end in tears. This is what we saw with Moritz and Tuomas earlier. Still not sure how it developed, but I think they were both in the top 6, and then normally it's a no-go that things then happen. But, it's a no-go that things happen between P1 and P2 if you are not racing in the final. In final, for sure, you have to fight. But here, you have to be careful.
It's like I said before. It's like the whole idea of segmented qualifying. You don't really want to over-push the car in the first stage when you're already through, and you don't want to risk anything going forward. It's the same kind of prospect here, because you just start again. It's really just I know it's called the qualifier for a reason. You just qualify into the semi-final, and realistically the semi-final is just a second stage of qualifiers for the final. So that's kind of how the format works, and it kind of lends itself to this kind of, I think it's fair to say, more mundane racing in the qualifiers, as drivers just kind of see themselves through, and then it starts to heat up a little bit more as we make our way into the semi-finals and the final. talking about how close it is, looking at the battle for P6 in this race, we've got Oz Yildirim and Pejic, who are 6th and 7th. There, I mean, Pejic is 2 seconds off of the lead. You can just see him in the shot. So, you know, Caique, it feels nice and comfortable that he's in the lead, but realistically, one mistake and it could be under pressure. So, let's just hope it stays all together for the next 4 laps.
Yeah, this is the pressure. I mean, you have to bring it home. This is definitely the case. But Caique can do it. I mean, he has performed so well. Now, probably another attack. Let's see.
Down the inside goes Luke Bennett. I think he's going to get this move done this time. But Caique, good driving, really, just to slot in behind for P2 there and make sure that Hanyovsky doesn't have a look through. And now he's in the position where he can make that same attempt at the slipstream move next time around on lap 5. If the feat is repeated again on lap 6, then he'll have the advantage on lap 7. So maybe, just maybe, Caique is just playing a big 4D chess game right now.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, maybe we are now entering the phase of the race where you have to decide where do I want to be for the final lap or for the final overtaking attempts or something. But I mean, yeah, as much as Caique wants to bring us the win, I mean, the pace he's shown, the pole he scored, and the points he will score if he even finishes second, this is good. So I think he won't risk too much. And the question is, what will Jarowski do? Will he put him under pressure, or are they now settled more or less and just drive it home because the top 6 are under almost no immediate threat?
And I mean, Jarowski's there, but he's just not really. He's not really a threat for the time being. I say that as I see him gaining and gaining on Caique as we make our way down in towards the bus stop. Caique defend this one. I don't think Jarowski would go for it from that far back, and the answer is no. Caique is almost as close to Bennett as Jarowski is. So it looks scary from that camera angle, but if you're looking forward, it doesn't look as worrying or concerning. But we'll see what Caique can do on the run up towards Les Combes this time around. Of course, only 3 more laps to go now, so chances are running out quickly, but Caique is in a fantastic position to get through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and this is goal number 1. If you then can even do it with a high points tally and getting more points out of it, even better. This looks definitely very, very promising. Good free kick by Kroos. No, it's out.
Some would be questioning whether he should be on the pitch or not after that challenge on Petri. I'm joking. Oh my word, look at that behind. There's nearly 3 wide. Oh, there's contact. There's a spin. You can see it coming just from the racing that was going on. It's Oz Yildirim that's gone around the Turkish driver. I mean, he'll be tuning into the football tomorrow evening. But hopefully that'll put him in a better mood than that has just done, because that will just not be what he wanted at all. Came into a collision, I think it was with Pejic and Antunes, because they've dropped a little bit of time as well. And that's really kind of, closed off the door for the top 6, because that gap now between 6th and 7th is 1.4 seconds.
I'm just watching the main stream to get the replay. So they go 3 wide. Absolutely unnecessary. They are all through, and then they no, this is absolutely not smart.
Did you say that what's his name? It's gone off the screen now. I will say that joke in a minute when I see him again. Promise. Here we go. Could you say that they've got there as Yildirim? It's phased by that.
So the top 3 broke away now.
No.
Yeah, Ulysses face. Yeah. I mean, it's
top 3 doing well.
They I don't know, they want to finish even better than P6, okay, but the gap to P7 was there. There was no need to just, I don't know, stay behind. I don't know. No, I don't care. This is not my team, and they can do whatever they want. We are not involved, but it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time. Let's see. Caique bouncing his way over. He's got that good slipstream down in towards Lake Carmen. Then again, so is Yayovsky. But we've seen the third car sit in behind. Here he comes, Caique inside line. This should see him through. Yeah, Yayovsky backing out. He had the run, but that was not going to be smart. The only problem now for Caique is he will lead onto the final lap if. I mean, if this lead stays for the rest of the lap. So there's that concern. Would you rather have track position, or would you rather have the slipstream? That's the question.
To be honest, we are talking a very high level here. I don't care if it's P1, P2, P3. We are happy with the points if they bring it home now. If he brings it home now. Quite surely Luke will have another go, and then we'll see how it goes here. But maybe now Caique manages to pull away a little bit. What is it? 3/10. This would be the safest thing, just to drive away, but will be difficult.
Yeah, and Caique, of course, just looking to make sure he gets himself into the semi-final. That's the main goal for someone who's looking to be inside of that top 21, to have the chance to go to Riyadh at the end of August in about 6-7 weeks' time. I think it's 6 weeks' time, which feels a long time away, if we're being honest with ourselves. But Caique will be just thinking about the now, because he's got Luke Bennett right on his tail. Is he going to be trying to just snake a way through here? It looks nearly like he's going to go for it, but I think Luke Bennett's going to wait for Les Combes, and it seems like Caique might know that and be preparing for that, maybe to throw a defensive move.
Good exit here. Now there's a gap. I mean, Luke has to be aware of Yayovsky. He made it 3 wide the lap before, so let's see.
Yeah, the green, yellow, and blue and white of Caique. Let's see. He's got a massive gap actually to Luke Bennett, who's not had the best of exits through turn 1. If anything, we might see a bit of a battle between Bennett and Yayovsky. They'll run up the hill now. This is really the last overtaking opportunity. Maybe you could also say the bus stop chicane, but Caique, if he can defend it, will feel confident. Massive, isn't it? I mean, it's going to close and close and close, like a tow rope has been attached between the two cars, but nowhere near enough closing. And Caique has comfortably kept this. What happens between Yayovsky and Bennett? Are they going to come to blows? Let's see. They're going to keep it out of each other. And Yayovsky will slide his way through on Luke Bennett. A very smart move, actually, from
the gap is here. The gap is here for Caique. Now we bring it home. Yeah, exactly. If he wins it, I will rush off and have to give him a hug.
If you do, you're going to have to make sure that's caught on the cameras so that we can put it on the stream.
Oh, yeah. But better not, you know? No. But this would be amazing. Let's see. Half a lap to go.
I mean, he's got to go through point. That gap is growing. It's nearly a second now. It would take... the only person who can change this now is Caique doing something silly, shall we say. Just get it to the end, Caique. Get those 25 points.
Ooh, this is Samba now. Samba, Caipirinha. Free Caipirinha for everyone in the office.
It's worth noting that Caique has picked up 28 points so far in the opening couple of rounds. This race alone would give him 25. So he's nearly doubled his point tally in this race alone. He'd put himself level with Titella. He'd be ahead of Fluke. He'd be ahead of Lerner. And in a great position to stick in that top 25. It'd be almost untouchable moving into the semi-finals. He's got the bus stop to go. Luke Bennett's still going to go for it on Erhan Yayovsky. Mind you, there's still chance for something to befall those two. Bennett's gone wide in the red line car. He's going to rejoin. He should stay in P3, but more importantly, Caique is going to cross the line.
Caipirinha in the house. I'm back in a second.
he's already being serenaded in the office. Here comes Florian. Where will he be? Hugo, you better not. There we go, full screen. There is Florian, gone to give him a hug. It's so good to see, isn't it? Caique winning the race. That all but confirms realistically his passage through to the next stage and towards Riyadh here. He'll be over the moon with that. There's a do not disturb sign on the door. Florian ignored that with a flourish, and who can argue with him, to be fair. It's Caique's first win, despite it being his 10th podium. So that just puts into perspective for you how good the moment is for him. He's been so close so many times. But Caique Oliveira, he wins the race. You know, it'd be better if it was the semi-final or the final, but it doesn't matter. He's won the race. He's picked up all of the points. He's through to the semi-final. And that's exactly what he and really we needed here at BS Competition. I've seen that Hugo has put in the chat a couple of Samba moves, I think it's fair to say. There's
Samba
Neymar,
de Janeiro.
Neymar, Vinicius, and who is that?
I have to look at it.
Oh, someone else. Dancing up, celebrating a goal. Who is that?
Yeah,
He plays for Arsenal,
Brazilian Super Samba. Is Caique here already? No, not yet. Huh?
He's not here yet. Wait for him to join. Here he is. Caique Oliveira. He's just joined.
Caique, sorry, Caique. What a day, what a race, what a pole lap, what a pace, what a move on the penultimate lap. This is how you do it. Congrats, man.
Thank you so much, Florian. Yeah, I still don't believe it. But at the same time, I was talking with the guys, just wishing them good luck. I'm sure they will be doing some great work as well. But I literally dreamed about this yesterday. I dreamed about winning today somehow, some way. Yeah, and it happened. And everything went almost like automatic. I don't know. I just did it. I got more nervous in quali, of course. My leg was almost cramped up somehow, especially in the last sector, but I managed to nail it. And yeah, the preparation coming to here, Spa was one of my favorite tracks. And to score my first win with BS in Spa, it's special. I'm a bit lost for it. And sorry for being a bit emotional. It's rough, mate. It's rough.
So good.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I mean, I've been reliably informed. And I hope these numbers are correct, that is your 10th, but your first win. So, I mean, you've been so close so many times, but it's finally arrived. I guess the only downer to that is you've still got another race to go at least
sure.
in the semi-final. But,
yeah.
I mean, this must give you great confidence. This is the first time that I've been on one of these screens and I've seen one of the BS competition drivers being happy about their qualifying lap. So there's that as well. But I mean, you showed some great racecraft as well. You picked the moves well, you defended well. That must give you some great confidence going into the next race.
Yes, it does 100%. I've always been confident, but this championship, it's really about delivering absolutely everything, no mistakes whatsoever. And I managed to just make it. Last year I had a chance I had pole in this track. I got overtook, and in the first lap, and in Monza I was fighting with Sebi, but Sebi is another level. I couldn't make it done. I mean, everybody's on another level. Luke and Erhan was a clean race overall. But yeah, it gives me a great boost of confidence, and job's not done. I want to reach the final, want to win the final, want to fight for the championship. So this is a great statement, at least for me, that work is going good, and I'm pretty confident that the guys will lock in and do an amazing job as well. And it's a good boost for Riyadh as well. That's the end goal, right? So pop off in Saudi, yeah.
And one last thing before you go about Riyadh, of course, you came into this race 21st in the Drivers' Championship. You were right on that bubble. But that win, 25 points, that really shoots you up to a point where you're now much more comfortable to so many drivers behind in the live standings that, again, I hope have been reliably updated correctly. You go straight up to 13th. So, you know, obviously there are drivers still to come and there are points still to be added up.
Sure.
But that means that you've got that many more drivers where there's a buffer there for you. So, I mean, it can give that little bit more of a relaxation going into the next race, knowing that you've picked up so many points. You're not just progressed by the skin of your teeth picking up 10 points. You've picked up 25 and you're that much closer to Riyadh.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's the goal ever since the start, to be in the top 9. I was so close last season, literally from one race to making it top 12. And yeah, I kind of got robbed, and now I got robbed a little bit during the season that I got spun sometimes. Wasn't really lucky, but that's the thing. Sometimes you are unlucky and you are lucky, and I made my luck today. So yeah, it's looking really good. I feel a weight has been lifted off my shoulders so hard. Of course, I'm not satisfied with this. But yeah, gives me a great confidence boost to work even harder to reach more wins, and hopefully the next one, you never know. So the plan and execution is there. Just make sure to lock in again.
That's just the beginning today.
Yeah. Thank you.
And there's no really better time in the season, is there, to kind of kick into this kind of form, is there? At the end of the mini season towards Riyadh as well. This is a great point, but you know, all the best for your semi-final. We'll talk to you after that. Make sure you go get a little bit of rest. You know, enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll speak to you in a bit, Caique. Well done.
Appreciate it. Means a lot, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Ciao, ciao.
It's great to talk to Caique, isn't it, Florian? So his first win, like we mentioned, his 10th podium, but his first win. He's been there so many times, but to get the pole and the win all in the one race, and to really kind of cement his place into that top 21, it's a perfect race for him, surely.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. I mean, he executed everything that we were talking about, getting the act together, getting out this qualifying lap, then you are, I mean, if you are starting from pole or second or whatever, then you know that you can do it and that you can also win the race. Everyone kept it reasonably, let's say, clean. Not the guys for P5, P6, but we don't care about that. So amazing day for the team already. I think it's just the beginning. So we also have Robbie and Ibra in it, and I think they're also really quick now. So let's see. I think with this boost, this is Zebra Day, yeah, and our first Zebra win, and Germany is still 0-0 against Spain. So also nothing is lost there. So could be a good day.
Yeah, you know, it might be a long one as well if it stays 0-0 for too much longer. And I don't know if anybody's realised, actually, but I only realised this when I put my camera on. But I have my wall chart up here behind me, so I'll have to update that when the final score comes through. I didn't realise it was back there until I turned my camera on. But there we go. Of course, we're looking forward to qualify 3. 2 more to go. We've got a couple. We go into qualifying. We'll take a little quick break, but stick around because qualify 3 will come up soon, and hopefully Robbie Stapleford will give us another driver in a semi-final for BS competition. Welcome back then, everybody. Thanks for sticking around just a couple of minutes of a break while we waited for the lobbies to switch. We're getting in towards qualifier 3 now, into qualifying as well. Robbie Stapleford will be the Zebra's driver for this one. Hopefully, if Robbie can get through, it'll mean that we have got a driver in both semi-final 1 and in semi-final 2, giving us a chance in 2 races at the final. It'll be fantastic to see. They're getting into qualifying very shortly. Robbie is being shown actually on the main feed there, looking very intense. They get a different camera angle on the main feed than we do here, because Robbie has his camera set up to the side of him. We get to see his lovely setup and his fan in the corner. It is, you know, to an extent warm. Particularly in the UK, it can get quite humid. For those, maybe, you know, those American viewers who don't understand, that, you know, European humidity really, but particularly British humidity, where we just don't prepare for any kind of cooling, it can get pretty hot pretty quickly. And even if it's about 21 degrees outside, that's centigrade, I think that's something in Fahrenheit, it can really get quite warm inside. So you've got to be really careful when you are racing, especially if you're in a room such as Robbie. You can see him, they're kind of in a somewhat more of an enclosed space, lots of stuff around him, lots of stuff to keep the heat in, with the PCs running as well. You want to keep yourself cool, you don't want to overheat in the summer when it comes down to a qualifying lap such as this. He'll be going relatively soon. You can see on the timing, or on the minimap there, how there were a few drivers already out on their lap times. And this is one of the drivers. This is Sipilia, Finnish driver. I will get these names right once in my lifetime, I promise you. Sipilia. He is the first driver on a lap as he rises his way through Eau Rouge and up towards Radion. Looking at some of the other names in this particular knockout, we've got Johnny Tormala, we've got Enzo Benito, we've got James Baldwin along with Robbie as well, and Kevin Siggy. So there's a few names in here to look out for, but Robbie Stapleford absolutely capable of getting himself into the top 6 in this qualifying and in this race to try and see if he can pull this one through. But through turn 1, looking pretty good for the number 81 car. Let's see how he can get on, as we'll see what he can do up Eau Rouge and Radion, flying his way up there, concentrating, of course, pretty much flat out all the way up. You don't really get much of a time gain / loss anywhere in the opening sector. And we'll see what his opening sector does say. We'll get the first lap times in shortly, as there's a couple of drivers coming around the final corner on their timed runs. We'll get our benchmarks up pretty soon. But through Les Combes does come Robbie, and it's looking pretty tidy. Siplia is only a 15.6, so, you know, 3/10 off what we saw Caique do in qualifier 2. Definitely some room for some improvement in there. Robbie keeping it tight as he runs his way down the hill in towards Nonem after dipping it through Bruxelles corner. Number 18 car, I do believe that's Jerry Toman, will be the next driver to cross the line on a lap. Robbie Stapleford is only actually 4th, so lots of times to come in afterwards. It's a 15.4 for Toman, so again, there's still room for an improvement here as we work our way through. But Florian, I'm not sure what you think about those two times early on, but a 15.4 and a 15.6 shows that there's clearly some improvements that can be made, and Robbie can definitely get inside the top 6.
Yeah. Totally. I mean, again, I've got no clue how the time looks. I haven't checked the sector times properly, so I cannot judge anything. But Robbie was doing well in practice. Now he also got this motivation booster that we all got as a team now by Caique's victory. And now let's see what he can deliver. And with Robbie, it's really strange because even if he's not qualifying well, I have full belief in him, because he has shown it a couple of times now that he keeps fighting. This maybe, I don't know if this is the way it needs to be done. Now we will see. 14.
15.5 for Robbie.
Okay.
I mean, he doesn't seem distraught with the lap time. That's the first thing. He looks, I think it's fair to say, minorly peeved, but that's about it on the scale. There's a smile there at least. That's always a good sign. Currently P3. Definitely room for some drivers to go a little bit slower than that. Baldwin, of course, setting that lap time 15.3. There's the other angle of Robbie. Oh, actually, there's a shake of the head a little bit that I missed from the other angle, so maybe not as happy as I thought he was. But even still, Robbie's one of those drivers, we've seen it time and time again, where he just gets good launches, doesn't he? Really gets that good jump off the line.
Yeah, definitely. And he needs it. Yeah, I mean, now he will need it because, with this time, it will be hard to stay anywhere close to the P6, but we will see. There anything can still happen. But you know, 1/10, you can see what 1/10 would get him. Yeah, you know, if you're 1/10 quicker, then you are fighting for pole here, and so this is how close it is. By the way, it's halftime in the Germany-Spain match, and there's 0-0. So this is also a thriller.
We had Caique to keep us entertained. That's what we had. Kasdorp is the next driver.
Couldn't beat him. So Yuri's a great guy, but I don't want to see him ahead of us. So let's see what he can do.
Let's see go. I mean, Schrödinger went 15.8, so it's quite a bit slower than the rest. Kasdorp, this looks okay. It doesn't look terribly fast. And no, it says 15.7. Only sees him into P6. That means Robbie with a 15.5 is actually P3 at the moment, albeit we have still got Benito, Siggy, Tamala to come through. But I think Robbie's going to be, you know, in that buffer zone, that kind of 6th to 8th region here.
And with every driver who gets in trouble or does a mistake here, then it's getting better for him. So nothing is lost. So Johan is behind him. No, same lap time.
Same lap time, yeah. Exactly the same.
Yeah, but we are P3. So
around Spa.
Well, this is
when you put
interesting.
When you put it like that, it's a 2-minute 15 lap time. And you know, the times are identical to the 1,000. I mean, that is incredible. And even better that Robbie said it first. So that's why he's P3. Let's see what De Jong can do. Crosses the line. But there's no... Oh, for half a second there, I thought he set the exact same time again. No, he's 100th faster than both Stapleford and Haas.
Well,
my heart's close to beat there.
So close,
Yeah, unfortunate for Robbie that he's fourth, being that close to P3. Let's see what Enzo Benito can do. Mind you, Robbie's worst result could be 8th at this point. Enzo Benito is going to go up into P3. Again, look at that, though. 15.54. It's so tight. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. I mean, those four drivers, you know, 0.022 of a second between 4 drivers at a track that's taking you 2.25 minutes to get around. Kevin Siggy, this looks like a decent lap time from him, and well, he's not particularly happy with it, but he's gone P2 with a 15.4. You have to say that this is definitely a slower qualifier than qualifier 2 was, isn't it, Florian? Because we had Caique on a low 0.3, and there were quite a few quite close behind him. This one, Baldwin's on a high 0.3, and then Siggy and Toman are the only other ones on a 0.4.
Yep. So what's going on here?
Ooh.
What is this?
Not sure.
This autopilot.
Aborting the lap time regardless for Tormala.
Maybe Yoli loves the challenge, so he doesn't want to be... Oh, but, it was a penalty, obviously. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, that puts him right in the back. Again, look at Robbie is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He is in P6 right now. We'll see what Zhobov will do, but I don't actually think he's going to be able to go quicker.
Nope.
No, he's not.
P6,
I'm going to give it up.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's James Baldwin looking happy, as he would be with pole. But Robbie Stapleford, P6 in this qualifying session. I mean, he's going to be in absolute prime position for this race.
Yeah. Needs to be in the boost because obviously his lap wasn't perfect, but still you have the chance to be in P6, and then you can fight. You need a good start now, maybe improve 1 or 2 positions, and then you can probably bring it home. But P6 also is the danger zone because there are 6 other guys who want P6. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, getting through that first lap is going to be the most difficult, I reckon, as it was with Caique. That's going to be the main challenge, making sure that, you know, you don't lose your race there. I mean, you can make it if others lose around you. You just don't want to be that driver that starts spinning out and goes down the order, gives others a chance, really. So we'll hope for Robbie to get a good launch off of the line, maybe to make a couple of moves down in towards either the Source or at Les Combes, all the way down the Kemmel Straight. But looking ponderous there is Robbie Stapleford before he gets going. This is a big moment, really, for him. He really does have to qualify for the semi-final if he wants to try and make the transfer in towards the top 21. I mean, he's currently on 13 points. The current cutoff is 31. He really does need to make his way through here, and relatively comfortably.
Yeah. I'm really happy that we have the chance. Yeah, I mean, this is important to get not just Caique in. I mean, Caique was in with a bang. Yeah, like with nothing is better than winning your quarterfinal. But you know, we always eye P6. We want to progress and just collect the points. Which Robbie has the chance to make it, and this is what we're talking about. You have to go through, collect the points, and then we see how the standings in the race to Riyadh develop. Yeah, so it's a step-by-step mission, and step 1 was quite good now in a position, and now we have to see what the start brings.
Let's see. Hopefully, Robbie can dance his way around the outside here at turn 1. It's probably the nicer place to be, or not at risk as from a dive up the inside. But we're about to get going for qualifier. Knockout 3, quarter-final 3, whatever you want to call it. Robbie Stapleford is starting P6 regardless. It's not been the best of launches. He's been a little bit bogged down on the outside line, looking to try and dance his way around the outside. He's claimed that outside line as they are battling behind him. There's contact behind him. Got to be careful as there's 2 on the inside of him as well. On the exit of the corner, he's getting shoveled wide, but he's still in this. Is he going to back out as they make their way up towards Eau Rouge and Radion? Let's see if he just keeps his footed. I think he's going to back out, but then again, oh yeah, just a bit of a slight tap of the brake as they made their way into the corner. But look at the exit he's got onto the Kemmel Straight, nearly pushing Jolobov down in towards the Kemmel Straight, towards Les Combes. But Stapleford down to 8th now. A move here would be really quite crucial. He's going to go for the outside line. We've seen this work before. Can it work again? A little bit deep from Jolobov as they go fighting 2x2 in front. I think Stapleford's going to be just in behind Jolobov, but it's clear that these guys are getting really feisty on the opening lap.
Yeah. I mean, probably not the progress that we wanted, but on the other hand, still alive. Yeah, and could have been much worse. Sobolov did a great start. I think maybe he sent it quite heavily into the first corner. Yeah. So this is the situation now. 2 positions to gain. Let's see.
Let's see if he can do it. I mean, the likes of Hearth and Jolobov in front of him will give him definite hope that he can make those moves. He knows that he was faster than them in qualifying. And he has that pace in his back pocket. Just needs to try and pick those moves in the right place. And he will find himself surely in that top 6. Got a while to go in this race, though, so we won't get ahead of ourselves. We've got Schoeninger, Johnny Tourmalat just in behind as well. So I'll just be watching the front, but got to be watching the rear as well, just in case there's a bit of a surprise attack. But Stapleford very close to the back of Jolobov here. I think he's going to go for a move into the final chicane. Outside line it will be for our British driver. Will he try and send it all the way around the outside? Got to be careful for Schoeninger on the inside as well. He's still there, getting forced a little bit wide. A little bit of a slide on the exit of the corner, but he's made one move. Will he lose out to Schoeninger? I think he will keep it against the Williams driver. And this is good for Robbie Stapleford. 1 position behind the top 6 now, and they're fighting side by side into turn 1.
Yeah. And the fight ahead of him isn't happening, so this is good. I think the 3 guys there are losing time. Or will lose time if they continue like this, if they maybe even crash out. Yeah, so seeing peak six being close to P6 is always the goal, and now he's to close the gap. Hopefully Dennis Schoeninger keeps it clean and doesn't want to force things too quickly. Too wide here. He's getting the slipstream, so he has a chance to close in, which is good.
Yeah, looking for the move, but he's not quite able to make it just yet. But the fact that Benito, De Jong, Hearth are all really, really close together and fighting just gives Robbie that kind of the license just to sit in behind and wait, measure it up, wait, bide his time is the phrase I'm looking for, because he knows that if these guys start going at it again, there's going to be a gap somewhere. There's going to be a little error that one of them's going to make, and it's going to be possible to capitalise on that. And P7 is a great place to be in, because again, you've not got the pressure of trying to defend your position, but you've got that desire of trying to attack and get into that semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, the guys behind him are fighting, also good. So there's no huge pressure from behind at the moment. It looks like it. And I mean, if you look at the group, Bonito is someone who can put his elbows out. The same goes for Johan Haaf. I think Mitchell Young is rather relaxed, and but he's in the sandwich. So let's see what happens there.
Yeah, I mean, there's still going to be 5 laps to go at the end of this one, isn't there? So, more than enough time. Lovely angle there of the BMW as we make our way through in towards Blanchimont. Robbie is getting a great run through here compared to Johan Haaf in the AMG car. Don't know if that has much to do with it, but regardless, into the bus stop, there's nothing he can necessarily do about it. But I don't think it's time for panic yet, is there? There's still 5 laps to go. There's still lots of opportunities for overtakes. And we've seen so many incidents on the last laps that it's easy to buy time at the moment.
Yeah, and pace-wise, Robbie's there, I mean, he's closing in, or he's part of this group, and it's everybody's game in this group, and and I think for the moment, it's not too bad where he is, but it's important that he can, stay close for sure.
Yeah, not the worst run up the hill. The good thing really for Robbie Stapleford at this point, look at the gap on the top left hand side of your screen. He's got a 1.5 back to Dennis Schoeninger as we see Enzo Benito being overtaken. So another swap again in front of him, Johan Haaf cycling to the top 5. I mean, those 3 would be happy to work together in the sense that they would all be progressing. They've got to be careful because there is just a 4th joker attached onto the back, and for the time being the joker is Robbie Stapleford trying to put himself into that conversation for a semi-final spot, and he is right on the limit. Enzo Benito's got to be careful. He's lost 1 position this lap. He's got to be careful not to lose a second next.
Yeah, the gap to Den Schoeninger is still growing, so it's 1.3 seconds at the moment. So this is good. I would say we have to now wait and see for 2 or 3 laps how this develops, and I'm sure Robbie will be in closing distance or in close distance to the face car, and then at some point he will think about a move for sure.
Absolutely. And of Paul Frere though, and we'll be having a quick check up at some data. I don't know what data necessarily, but definitely something. Running towards Blanchimont then, on the back of Enzo Benito. He doesn't seem close enough to be forcing these overtakes, but I just don't necessarily trust those 3 in front of him not to come together in the next 4 laps, because they are looking really racy. Even between these guys, this is for 4th, 5th and 6th. Up in front you can see the top 3 battle between Baldwin, Siggy and Toman, and they're really close together as well, so there's definitely room for something to happen here. 4 laps to go, and Stapleford, I'd say, is in a really good position to really pick up the pieces here.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, I mean, also the leading group. I mean, we know Kevin Siggy. He also prefers winning than coming home second. So probably he will also go for a move on James. So a lot of spicy stuff in the air.
Yeah, hopefully the spice stays out of Robbie though. It just happens around him. And he can storm through for a victory. That's what we'd all love to see, isn't it? Really. Top 6 go through. You can just see how close they are. Robbie is only 2.5 seconds off of the race lead here in 7th, which just shows you how tight this race is. in regards to the cars being so close to each other. But it shows this last lap and a half, they've been a little bit more civil, haven't they? They've not forced the overtake as much. They maybe just kind of settled into a pattern and waiting for that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it. I mean, this is a mature approach. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Because if you start fighting too early, then the gap to Dennis Schoeniger comes smaller again, and so on. So this is okay, but Robbie is now in the position that at the moment I think is a good position, because you see what the guys ahead are doing, and you can freely decide when you go for a move if you're close enough. I mean, as the time's running out though, I mean, P7 could also be the worst position that you want, because it's the first that doesn't make it into the semi. So, but I think we are not there yet. That we have to look at the pitiful side of P7.
It's like finishing fourth at the Olympics, isn't it? Really, finishing seventh in this race. You know, you might as well finish in 12th, because you get basically the same amount at this stage of the season, at least, of credit. Of course, he'll get more points for finishing higher up, but Robbie, if he wants to make that transfer to the final 21, then he's going to have to make sure he progresses in this race. He's not doing it just yet, but there's 3 laps to do so, and all of the front 6 are right tight up close. 2.7 is the gap between all of them. And you really cannot rule out some big fireworks happening here. John Tamala's 1.9 seconds back as well. He's not a real threat at this stage. For Enzo Benito, I mean, he's really going to be having to defend this race, this position quite soon, I'd reckon, because look at Robbie's slipstream down this Kemmel Straight.
Yep.
Around the outside, can he make this move? He's going to go late on the brakes, I think. Can he make this one stick? Oh, a little bit of an early turn.
Yes,
a little bit of contact again, but that's a great move from Robbie. Up into P6. That's exactly where he needs to be for the transfer. Enzo Benito, not the best lap time, not the best exit of La Source, and he's really paid the price for it. And now Robbie Stapleford, maybe, trying to gain a couple more on Johan Half and Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, this is crucial now to pull away, if possible, a little bit from Enzo, because Enzo will attack for sure, and if you are then vulnerable, then it's too dangerous. But first of all, it's important that he made the move stick for now. So I think now with being in or getting closer to the final laps of the race, it was good to make it happen now, and it worked.
There was a little bit of wheel rubbing, but there really wasn't much in it, was there? Robbie just trying to take the line. It saw him in towards P6, and now he's trying to hail Johan Hart as much as he can and shake off Enzo Benito, because he doesn't want a GT3R size, or a 992, I should say, size problem in his wing mirrors immediately. It looks like Hart is going towards the back of de Jong, and then of course that top 3 is criminally close together. It's going to be interesting to see if Robbie Stapleford is going to end up being able to try and attack from the top 5 at the end of this race, or defend for his top 6.
Yeah, I mean, Enzo was very close and then couldn't make the move stick in the bus stop. So I think now Robbie should be relatively fine for now. Now he needs a good exit from the source. But Enzo is close.
Enzo's very close, and I have to say that Robbie isn't as close to Johan, so this could be a little bit of trouble for the 81 car. Let's see, riding up through Eau Rouge over Radion. Let's see, bouncing across the curbs. It looks like Enzo Benito's got this one wrapped up, but of course, there's no kind of use of drag reduction system, so it's going to be a little bit harder than some DTS fans would like to make it out to be. Stapleford inside line, Benito outside line. Benito's really dancing there. Can Stapleford just about hang it on the inside and grapple it back? I think he just about can. There's a little bit of contact, a little bit of meal after the move is done by Enzo Benito. But with all of this ongoing, there's 1 lap to go. Benito is, you'd say, out of the direct slipstream of the cars in front, and Robbie Stapleford will have that slipstream onto the final lap.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie needs a perfect lap now that he's close to Enzo, up the hill, Eau Rouge and so on. So let's see if this will work out. but it's good to see that it was fair fighting, and because it's so tough, fighting for this P6, and but to keep it together and not being tempted to be not fair. This is, to be honest, the most important bit. But now he has to be careful that he can close the gap again.
And the whole thing about it being fair just shows how good these drivers really are. I mean, it's so easy just to rub a little bit of a wheel together there in that corner, in that kind of situation, spin the other car around, and then claim no responsibility. That is not what happened at all. And Robbie Stapleford not conceding the position, but fighting it hard well, and then not, doing anything rash on the exit. He stayed very close though through the bus stop chicane. You can see that he's nearly hitting the rear end of that Porsche.
Yeah. I think this now he needs a good lassos.
See,
now it counts.
Exit. The exit wasn't, incredible, but Enzo Benito has a 1 second gap up to the car in front. The gap between Enzo Benito and Robbie Stapleford is just under 2.5 seconds. 2.5 tenths, and it is closing fast. Here comes Robbie Stapleford. It looks like he should have the run here on the phase driver of Enzo Benito. Can he get it before we even get into the braking zone? He's nearly a full car length in front. Into the braking zone, bit of a love hit really from Enzo Benito into the rear, into Les Combes. He's up into P6. Enzo Benito's really only got one more chance, and that's down at the bus stop chicane.
Yep. Ooh, the heart rate.
Let's see if he can do it, and I'd recommend, Florian, don't look at the football as Robbie dives down the hill. Scratching his face, you can't help these things sometimes, can you? If you've got a little bit of an itch, you've got to find a space where you can itch it. You can't do it mid-corner, which can really be irritating. But the gap that he's built up to Enzo Benito is near enough 3/10. It's looking okay. He just needs to ensure that exit through Paul Frere is good enough.
Yeah, exactly. I think the gap is pretty much as it was when Enzo looked to make the move in the bus stop, but didn't make it stick. Now it's even 3. Oh, this is good. Maybe Enzo a bit struggling now. The gap is increasing. Almost 4 tenths now. So this looks promising. Now it's...
Let's see. All you'd really say is he has to defend the inside line into this final chicane, regardless, really. He should be able to wrap this one up. Through Blanchimont we go. That gap, 2 tenths. It's closing. With the slipstream that Enzo Benito has, it's now 1 tenth. He's going to be pretty much alongside. There we go. Inside defence thrown by Robbie Stapleford. He's just going to try and park it on the X. Particularly on this second one. Park it, Robbie, park it. The exit's good enough.
Come on.
Robbie Stapleford just about.
Come on.
He's going to keep him in P6. And he will make sure he transfers into the semi-finals, which is exactly where he needs to be. And it means that BS competition, we're going to have one driver in semi-final 1.
Lovely.
We're going to have one driver in semi-final 2 at least.
Fantastico. And Mitchell Leon also got a 1 second penalty. Yeah, but this doesn't influence us.
Close in the end, though. But
this is good. This is really good.
You can see Robbie looking around frantically around all of his monitors. I believe that's because he is joining on his other camera. So he is he is working to get here to have a little chat with us. Sadly, can't go and hug him this time, Florian.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the pills in the morning and the evening, and then heart rate is fine, so I can cope.
Yeah, otherwise it might be a little bit too much. But Robbie Stapleford, what as well, though, realistically, to go from P6 on the starting line to P8 at the end of lap 1, back up to P6 again, showing some great racecraft, and really deserves to be in that semi-final, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, this is Robbie Stapleford, to be honest. I mean, he's the fighter. He is. He always believes in his chance to make it, even if there are setbacks and so on. And then fighting back, keeping calm, making moves stick, being strategical about the timing, not panic when Enzo passes you on the, second to last lap, and then making your own move stick and then defend until the end. This is proper racing. This is Robbie Stapleford style, and he deserves it so much.
Joining us now, and he's on the right cam now, so he's with us now from his in cam. Robbie, well done. Great qualifying from you. Maybe not the best of getaways off the line, but some great moves towards the end. That move on Enzo Benito, that must have felt absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's good to get through again. I thought it was over turn 1, lap 1. I was pretty much in the gravel because I didn't really have the best of starts, but yeah, we managed to be smart, hold off one of probably the best drivers in the series, and yeah, we got the 6. Probably could have got 4th if we was a bit smarter, like in the middle of the race. But yeah, I'm happy with my qualifying lap. It's probably the best one I did all season, but I know there was probably an extra tenth and a half in the middle, so it would have put me top 3 definitely. So yeah, it was a good race. Hoping for even more in the semis, and yeah, we see if we can make it through to the final this time.
And I mean, it keeps you in that race for that top 21 in the championship as well. So you're definitely still in it. One good qualifying, and you could be into the final, and then there's an even better chance. But I mean, your qualifying, like, how happy were you with it? Because initially, when I watched it from the side camera angle, it looked like you were okay with it. And then when we kind of saw it in the delay on the main feed, we saw you shaking your head a bit before Blanchimont. I mean, how was it from you? Because you seemed kind of happy with it, but at the same time, there was time you could find.
Sector 1 weren't too bad, but it was actually all right. But yeah, like I said, there's definitely a tenth and a half in the middle sector, which would have put me right up there. And last sector's pretty RNG, but yeah, even if that, I'm pretty good in the last sector, so I know I can pull it home to secure the lap. It's just getting that tenth and a half in the middle sector at the right time, and if we do that, we will probably be up there, and if not, shooting for pole like Caique did. So yeah, we'll see how the semi-finals goes. Maybe it'll be even closer. I can imagine it'll be closer in time. So every 10th, 100th will count. So yeah, we'll just keep on pushing and make it through to the final, hopefully this time. I mean, it was so close at Road Atlanta, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, qualifying can't get much closer, really, can it? I mean, there were 4 drivers by less than a quarter of a tenth of a second. So, I mean, you were right in the middle of it as well. So, hopefully more of the same. And if you can find that extra tenth and a half, then, yeah, you're going to be looking great for the semi-final. We'll speak to you after that, though. Make sure you have a rest because you deserve it. And, yeah, we'll speak to you in a bit.
Cool. Cheers. Thank you.
There was Robbie Stapleford, fully deserving of a semi-final place, Florian. There's no question about that. You know, we're looking forward to qualifying 4, where we've got Ibraheem Khan going in the car. And, I mean, we've had 2 drivers through in a row. I think we're going to make it 3 from 3. That's all I'm saying. There's no pressure on Ibraheem, but I think
it's possible. It's more than possible. I mean, I remember last season, Ibra was really strong at Spa. I think he qualified 3rd even. So I think this is his track. So it's about getting it together. Yeah. But what a day so far. I mean, sorry for Ferris. Pace was also there, could have made it. It didn't work out. Then Caique with the pole position and the victory, just amazing. Robbie fighting performance once again, made it clean, fair. Yeah, Ibra. I mean, it can only get better, or even better and better. So I think today's our day.
Yeah, hopefully so. And we will see Ibraheem in qualifier 4 in a couple of minutes' time. We'll see you in 3 minutes. We'll take a very short break. Stick around, and we'll see how Ibraheem gets on in his 4th qualifier. Welcome back then. We are ready to get going for qualifier for the fourth and final of the quarterfinals, qualifiers, however you want to call them, the quarterfinals really. It's going to be Ibraheem Khan in the car for the BS competition team. We've already got Caique Oliveira through after his pole and his win in qualifier 2 into semi-final 1. And then we've also had Robbie Stapleford just go through into semi-final 2. So can Ibraheem Khan join him? Hopefully so. He's going to be getting going in the not too distant future, but he's got the rest of the drivers that haven't yet competed left in his quarterfinal, his qualifier. I'm going to keep interchanging them because my brain won't allow me to stick with one, but we'll see how he gets on. Hopefully he sets down a good benchmark. We've seen how, kind of a 2-minute 15.5 really is a good lap time. I mean, you can see he's relaxed. There is no there is no rush at all in Ibraheem right now. He is having a wonderful time, checking his steering wheel, texting whoever. He's having a wonderful time. There is no stress on that man's face, and that's kind of what you want to see. You don't really want to see him being too much emotion into this, but it's also nice to see that he can relax before he gets going for his qualifying time. He'll be going up relatively soon though. I think he's here, if the little timing tower is to be believed. But this is going to be a great race for the pronunciation team, with a few of these names that I'm going to have to read in my head before I say them out loud, just to make sure I don't butcher them once again. But Ibraheem Khan, that's one of the easier ones to get right, which is, thanks Ibraheem for that. But here are the first laps getting going in the session for this final qualifying session of the qualifiers, the quarterfinals XYZ. It's the Team Redline car bouncing their way, the 24 coming over towards the Kemmel straight, and of course in that car it is going to be I thought I had the information. Reitveld, there we go. It's Reitveld. It's in the screen in front of me. He's in the red line car. BS+COMPETITION and Pastor will be the next drivers before we see Ibraheem's time come across the line. Then we've got Ellis Jr., Kazabon, Wisniewski, Benke, Mashijewski, Emery, Warren, and Schmidl. I think I've done all right on those, so I'll give myself a pat on the back on that one. But Reitveld, through the opening sector, 39.5. We've seen it time and time again, how there really isn't much to decide between those opening sectors, because realistically, we are looking solely at turn 1. There is not much time to be lost or gained in that opening corner. It's just really how well you do through there. The middle sector is really the meat of the lap time. Of course, running from just before Les Combes all the way to after this Piff Paff chicane. So quite a long time. We've seen the sector times 59 seconds long. It really is the length of the lap. The first sector was 1 corner realistically. The third sector, 2 corners if you include the bus stop. Well, if you make the bus stop chicane as 1. But the middle sector split here for Reitveld is going to come up as a 59.8. So nearly half the lap time is in that middle sector. And a 59.8, I have to say, is on the slower side to what we've seen so far this evening. So we'll have to see how that reflects in terms of the lap time when he crosses the line. But Reitveld will be setting that benchmark time for us to kind of compare and contrast to. Florian, we've got Ibraheem in this qualifier. I have to say, looking at the names in here, there's a chance for him to get through.
I mean, this name thing is always, this is a 15.6. This is beatable, I would say. So let's see. And looking at names is always a good sport and a hobby. Yeah, we can do it. And then, everyone does it. And then you do your calculations and say, okay, we should be second or whatever. But this is unfortunately not in how it really works in the end. So we have to wait and see, and getting the lap together is so important. Now we get this is a 15.8. Okay, so let's get the lap together, Ibra, and then even if it's not perfect, you are able to fight, I think, because Robbie was not happy about doing a 15.5, and now Reitveld does a 15.6. Just keep the focus, Ibra, and then let's see where it gets you. I think he's in for a good lap, but this is just my gut feeling.
I don't know whether... Is there any kind of... Oh, no, that blows my idea out of the water. 15-4 for Casabon, puts him straight back near the top of the timesheets and puts him into contention. Dylan... sorry, is it Dylan Warren? It's Warren at least. I feel like it's Dylan Warren. I forgot that wrong. I'm thinking of somebody else. Dave Warren. I'm thinking of somebody completely different called Warren. But regardless, he's in the Porsche. He's from New Zealand. He's going to run across the line now. Let's see what his time is compared to Casabon, which was a 15.4. He's not looking overly pleased, but it's a 15.349. I mean, that's a very fast time. Mind you, not as quick as Caique's lap time was, which was a 15.33. So there's always that. Although these guys wouldn't be in the same semi-final. Wisniewski, he'll be next. The pole, a decent-looking middle sector there. A 59.6 is kind of where we're looking to be at in terms of, the better average of lap times. And what's it going to do for him? I reckon he's going to put himself up into P3 here, ahead of Reitveld. Let's see. Oh, yes, he does. 15.5. So he is looking pretty good. But we're still waiting for Ibraheem's time, Florian. He's going to be one of the last drivers to set his benchmark.
Yeah, I mean, this waiting time is the most horrible thing in this. Yeah, I think it's even second to last, yeah, if this is correct. You sit there and wait and see the times coming in. But now he's getting his laps started. Nice Red Bull run team for this, but we take it. Good luck, my friend.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. There's definitely some chances here. No doubt about that for Ibraheem to set a fantastic lap time here. I think he will actually be the final driver. So we really are going to get to see exactly where he's going to slot in here, which will be very useful. We're looking at Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to be the next driver to cross the line. We'll see where he can plop himself into. But there's 3 drivers in the 15.3s. Quick looking qualifying session. First sector split 39.5. It doesn't really tell you much though, does it? Because it's really just La Source and the run up the hill.
Yeah, I'm also checking the mainstream and see Max Bennecke also finishing his lap. Let's see what lap time he can create. 15.3.
We have the
6. Yeah.
We have the benefit, we kind of get a little bit of a sneak peek here, don't we, when we're on board with our drivers, because we're so far ahead of the actual stream that Matt Emery, I think, has just crossed the line, or we've only got 2 more to cross the line regardless, and that's Maciejewski and Ibraheem Khan. I mean, a 0.5 for Ibraheem Khan is going to put him in that top 6 battle, maybe into P8, something like that. But that's definitely where we'd want to be. So let's see what this middle sector is going to tell us, because this middle sector is going to be really quite indicative, I think, of where the lap time will sit. What does it tell us? It tells us it's a 59.8. So maybe it's a little bit slower than, that median time. It should be good enough to be ahead of Bykov and Emery, though. No doubt about that if this final sector is nice and tidy. Blanchemont and then the bus stop to come. But as the time takes over 2 minutes, this could be quite tight with the likes of Reitveld even, who set that lap time first, which for the Team Redline car, you'd probably expect to be a little bit higher than P9. Let's see, can Ibraheem push him down to P10 out of the final corner? What's the lap time going to be? What does it tell us? And it's going to be a 2 minutes 15.519. Good final sector there from Ibraheem. Puts him up to P7. That's a great starting position.
Yes. Yeah. He can fight from there.
We see Maciejewski there. He went 5.72. And Ibraheem Khan, of course, going faster than that. He went faster than Maciejewski and Wisniewski. Gosh. It'd be easier if they weren't in succession there, those names. But Ibraheem Khan's going to chuck himself up above both of them. Hopefully won't look back, and we'll be looking forward to pick up a top 6 in this race and join Robbie Stapleford in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'm really happy for him because he will be able to fight from this position. Some quick man next to him, obviously, but now let's see. Robbie has shown how it's done, and hopefully Ibra can do it again.
Hopefully so. Of course, he'll be getting into the warm-up now, but we wish them all the best, because this could be, I mean, 3 drivers through to the semi-finals would be absolutely fantastic for us. I think it's fair to say, Florian. It's not been the easiest first couple of rounds, but to have 3 drivers in the semi-finals, especially with one going through with a pole and a win, that'd be absolutely fantastic for the team.
Yeah, it would. To be honest, I mean, today's day is already, let's say, sorted with the zebra win that Caique brought us, but every other semi-final or progression into the next round is an add-on, really. So Robbie delivered the first one, and hopefully Ibra can deliver the second.
It would be absolutely fantastic if we had 3 drivers through. You never know, Robbie Stapleford and Ibraheem Khan.
How do you like the big red machine? What's your favorite color of the 4?
I think I have to say I like Caique's best. Now, that is probably rooted in the fact that ever since I was little, I was, very small. My local football team is, well, the team I support, it's still about half an hour away, but still, is Norwich City. They play in yellow and green.
Yeah.
So I've always had a bias towards yellow and green.
Mm-hmm.
And I live near a forest, so everything's green.
Caique's car is Norwich City.
Exactly. That's why I kind of like the Brazilians, because they're basically Norwich in disguise. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, when they set up Brazil, they thought about Norwich City and said, okay,
exactly.
let's take the same colors.
And that's why they're going to lose 4-0 to Leeds when they play them. No, I'm only joking. Right, we'll get going for this race. Ibraheem Khan, P7 to get it going. He'll have the inside line going into turn 1 this time. We've had a nice mix, haven't we, of outside lines and inside lines. So let's see what he can do from there. It's going to be difficult. He's going to have to try and keep himself out of trouble on the inside, and hopefully no one sends it up the inside.
Yeah. I've got no clue which is now preferable or better. You have to take it as it comes. Because
you would have thought necessarily that the outside line could be better just to avoid all the carnage on the inside, but we've seen some good moves done on the inside. So can Ibraheem make another one of those? Starting P7 then for knockout number 4. Can he be the 3rd BS competition driver to make his way into the semi-finals? We're racing for the 4th and final knockout. He's looking for that inside line, having to brake well before the corner. Oh, there's a big old crash. There's someone steaming up the inside. There's absolute carnage. But Ibraheem has emerged in P4 or P5. He's side by side with Mikhail Baikov now as they run up towards the hill. That was quite the intense start and into turn 1. That's kind of what we've been waiting for all night. He'll slot in behind Baikov, but Khan up into P5. This is a perfect start for him. Perfect start. He survived. He got a bit squeezed in the middle, but he didn't spin, and this was the crucial bit. So who's now attacking him? Let's see. Okay, nothing happened. Oh, there's someone going around as well. Oh my word, that is going to be Kazibon going around at the the opening lap. Ibraheem Khan now up to P4. They're still finding it behind. Let's have a quick look at what happened on the way. They quite a bit 4 wide. Ibraheem in the middle. There's nowhere that he can go. He's just kind of been the meat in the sandwich there, and has somehow got out of it in P4. It's an incredible start for him. This is amazing, and let's see what the other guys are doing. Maybe he can even attack for P3. Absolutely. But you want to be careful, though, because we've got the likes of Reitveld Schmidl, who are, at the moment looking further towards the outside. So Ibraheem Khan, you've got to stay vigilant at this point, don't you? Because otherwise, if you're looking too far forward and you start fighting with Mikhail Baikov, you might see Maciejewski making a move somewhere where you're not necessarily expecting it. But Ibraheem Khan, what a start for him. 7th to 4th, and now, he's really in a position where he's just got to defend that position. Yeah, looks good, but I think he has to make the move for P3 here, because otherwise he would be maybe slowed down a bit. So I would rather go for it sooner than later. Did I just say I would go for it? Yes, with my limited skill set, I would go for nothing. So... Well, let's see as they come down in towards turn 1. Maciejewski, nowhere to be seen really in this particular... into this corner, I think it's fair to say. Work our way through turn 1. Bykov maybe on the radar in towards Khan. He's a little bit further behind Dane Warren than Khan is to Bykov, so maybe a good slipstream here for Ibraheem could see him through, but equally, Matthew, look at the run he's got up the hill. This could be really quite momentous for him. Let's see what they can do towards Khan. It looks like Ibraheem's got the good run, because look at that time coming down to Mikhail Bykov. He's going to go for the move then. Inside line at Khan. He looks like he might have this one wrapped up. He just has to brake later than Mikhail Bykov. Easier said than done. Little bit of contact, but he's got that move done smartly. And Ibraheem Khan up to P3. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is what I... Oh, there's a chance for Germany, by the way. Oh, he saves it. Okay, fair enough. Because Spain scored the first goal, yeah. P3. We are heading... I don't know. If we scored another podium, I would have a Zebrew straight away.
A Zebrew?
It's our beer.
Oh, that's. I was going to say that if that's the name of a beer, that is fantastic.
Yeah. We did our own beer, so this is special.
Great. Zebrew's a great name as well.
Right, next year we will bring Zebrew unleaded, so it will be the non-alcoholic version. But we started with the right stuff, you know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic. Available in all good stores.
Absolutely, yes. in this office.
Today.
Yeah. No, but we will soon make start a giveaway and send a few bottles to people who are over 18 who promise us to drink carefully and responsibly, and then they can enjoy it, you know.
I think Caique's going to have to get one, isn't he? Realistically, after his win.
Yeah. Afterwards, we will. I think today could be a day with a few more Zebrews.
Oh, that was a voice crack. I apologize. He really deserves. You just give him a Zebrew. You give him a big fan. You just let him lie there and let him prepare for the semi-final in peace.
Yeah.
In luxury, really.
I mean, Ibra is building up a gap to Bykov, which is good. I expect Bykov to be, let's say, at some point maybe attacked or even overtaken. So then there are quick guys behind. But now I would say it's settling in nicely and playing into Ibra's cards. Oh, now maybe the goal. He doesn't shoot.
Oh my word, that is going to be very bold from Reitveld, who's gone down the inside of two of them, and that nearly ended in absolute disaster. Wonderful news for us, though, because Ibraheem Khan is just building that gap out and out to Jakub Mastiejewski. So this is looking good for Ibraheem at the moment. Laps 3 of 7, currently sitting in P3. They're fighting in behind as well. I mean, Ibraheem just needs to keep a level head at this point, doesn't he? Because he's gaining a little bit as well to Dane Warren. That gap is coming down ever so slightly. And Mastiejewski, even though he is past Bykov is kind of holding everybody else up. So it's looking good for Ibraheem at the moment with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. I think, the gap to Jakub is even growing. Yeah, it's increasing, and because he lost the slips. Sorry, this is the Zebrew effect. Slipstream. No, another podium. We would take it. I wouldn't say no.
2 podiums in 4 races would be absolutely exceptional, especially with a third going through for Ibraheem Khan. Another driver who, we were talking about it right at the top of the show, how needed to pick up some big points to, ensure he stays in that race for the top 21. Now, let's just say he stays where he is right now. Of course, still there's a little ways to go, still 4 laps to go. If he can stay where he is, he picks up 16 points. He shoots up to 25, and he's within 10 of that cutoff. And into that semi-final, where some of the other drivers in front of him aren't in the semi-final, not able to pick up any points at all, there then becomes a definite chance for him to try and make that transfer. Robbie Stapleford in there as well. So this is looking fantastic for BS competition. Caique winning, almost securing his spot in the top 21. We've got Robbie going through, looking like he can challenge. Ibraheem picking up even more points, looking like he can challenge as well. So this is turning into a fantastic evening for the BS competition team.
Yeah, then everything is reset for the 2 semis, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't compete for, let's say, great results, or at least the top 6 to make it into the final. I mean, if we have 3 zebras in the final, then I will do a flick-flack through the office here, yeah, but let's see.
That is that's quite the put down for the rest of them, so they better get to the final now. I think it's going to be great disappointment everywhere if that doesn't come true. But let's see, because Ibraheem, he's just doing a very solid job. That gap, it's kind of, eking out a touch to Danemore, and maybe by half a tenth or so a lap. Jakob isn't gaining, let's put it that way. He's 1.2 behind, but BS+COMPETITION still holding everybody else up to the point that Ibraheem has got a 3.5 second gap back to 7th, so it's looking so settled at the moment, and if he can just keep a level head again, he's not having to fight anybody at all. This is just looking nice and smooth.
Nice and smooth, this is what it is. And I mean, the luck comes to you if you keep trying and work hard, and I mean, we have been unlucky a couple of times for sure, and other drivers as well. This is how it goes. Yeah, sometimes you benefit from certain situations, and I mean, at the start there were 2 occasions when Ibra got away. Could have really turned out differently, of course, but it didn't. So this is if luck is on your side, then yeah, be happy, have a zebra, enjoy the race. Yeah.
Has Ibraheem got a zebra in front of the camera there? Is that what that is?
I don't think so. It's rather this Max Verstappen drink.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks a bit like a Red Bull to me. Don't tell Jeffrey Reichfeld. Ibraheem's doing his sponsorship for him. But no, I remember last time that I saw Ibraheem, or I was here doing commentary on Ibraheem's race. There was a time where he had a Diet Coke can basically blocking his entire body because it was so close to the camera. So he had to move it, otherwise we couldn't see him. But thankfully, none such issues today. Yeah, just looking serene. I think this is the most calm we've been all evening, frankly, yeah. Florian. There's no real threat from behind. We're not having to worry about him having to overtake anybody. This is just nice and calm if he can just keep it going for 2.5 more laps.
Yeah. I mean, this is a dream. This is what you want.
See if but we're so calm. I mean, we could ask Hugo, what fancy camera angles can we have for the car? This wonderful car. I mean, how big is the gap back to Maciej Drewski? That's the real question, because he's going to be away. Look at that. He's nowhere. He's absolutely nowhere to be seen.
We hit the post. Oh, mamma mia. Well, not Ibraheem.
Seeing this then.
Ibraheem Khan didn't hit the post, which is good with the car. So it was Mr. Füllkrug, our wonderful striker. Okay.
Look at this camera angle.
This is lovely.
Such a good camera angle, I find, just because of the way that the car sits. Because obviously the car is static, everything else moves. It just feels, it's a cool camera angle, and you really get a sense of the speed that these cars go through because you're just seeing how fast the landscape goes past.
Yeah. I mean, this is it's not my favorite now that I look at it, because it really makes you aware that it's a game. That the car is not moving.
That's a fair point.
You know what I mean? But this is still, it looks amazing because it's one of our cars.
Of course it does. I mean, red. I mean, it's great that we kind of had the combination, don't we?
Yeah. Which kind of color do you choose for your jersey?
Well, it's got to be yellow and green, really. Unless it's blue.
But we don't have it.
Blue.
Okay.
Oh no!
Unfortunately,
you're asking me the question. Oh, okay. I thought this was a hypothetical.
No. This is a proper order for the
business conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, the Germans are back. Oh no, this is not good. Okay, so
what colours are there? What's available?
Basically all of them, but the yellow one. There's Ibraheem's red, there's the blue, there's the Turner Motorsport, blend. Yeah. Then there's the hype, which we had. It was also an energy drink, which was every color there is in there. We have a pride version if you want to show your respect to LGBTQ community. So there's a lot to choose from. BSCOMPETITION.com/store. Yeah.
I would say it's a shape plug, but we are on the BS Competition Twitch, so it isn't really a plug, is it?
No. I mean, we should do it.
In that regard. While we've been talking about that, we've only got one lap to go, and Ibraheem Khan looking solid. He's got 5 seconds now back to P7, which means even a relatively large off here would keep him in the top 6, but the points here are going to do him a world of good.
I hear people cheering. This can only be a goal, and I expect for Germany. On my stream, there's a substitution for Spain. There is a goal. Hugo confirms. Is it for Germany, Hugo? Please tell me, because this would be... It is for Germany. Come on, we are back in the game. Ibra is on the podium. Caique won the race. We could have a good party tonight.
I'm just going to say right now, I'm going to let you know when this goal goes in, because if you haven't seen it yet, and you're that much further in front of me, then God knows when it's going to go in for me.
I mean, to be honest, my stream is so far away from a goal as possible, because the Spaniards still have the ball.
Oh, I think I'm going to see it. Am I going to see it? I've seen it. Oh, it was off the post. It was off the post, Florian.
But I'm still seeing a Spanish attack. Come on, where's the goal?
Okay, what I'm saying is, it's your namesake. That's, bit of a hint.
Florian. Wirtz? Is it Wirtz? Oh, okay. He's a coming superstar, hopefully. Here, and now I think I will see it again. But now we have Ibraheem crossing the line. So is it happening at the same time? No.
What a moment for you this is, Florian.
No, but
you're going to get an Ibraheem P3 and a Germany goal at the same time.
Maybe my stream got hacked and there isn't a goal.
What time are you on? What's the time in your corner?
Come on, what is happening here? Now Musiala has shot the ball over the goal. So what am I behind? 5 minutes or what?
What time have you got in the top? Like, what minute is the game?
81st minute. So your game is over, huh? Your game over already? Is it already in stoppage time or what?
No, Flo. The game is now in added time.
No. Do I have to update this thing or what? Come on, what is happening?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you are a little bit behind. I think we'll be in the semi-final before the goal goes in. Regardless, someone else will be in the semi-final.
What
two to be exact.
This is
going to be Ibraheem Khan. He's got the bus stop chicane to go.
Come on, Ibra.
Warren's going to come second. But who cares? Because Ibraheem Khan, he started P7. He avoided the carnage in lap 1. And he's come home for a podium finish in the 89 car. He's into semi-final 2 alongside Robbie. And we have, at BS Competition, 3 drivers in the semi-finals. And I'm going to be honest, Florian, I don't think that could have gone much better for us.
No, Ibraheem, amazing. And I'm still searching for this goal, which I hopefully not... No, I still don't see it. When was the goal? What's happening? I'm watching an old
88
game.
Minutes in, so...
Here,
about
now
88 minutes in.
This,
We've
and
got
then...
5 minutes or so.
There we are. This is the goal. Finally, Ibraheem, I missed the goal. I was watching a game which was 10 minutes late and behind. And then you scored a wonderful podium. Congrats. What a race.
There he is, Ibraheem Khan. He's just joined the call. And, I mean, we'll see if we can... Well, we'll see if we can... we'll wait for him to bring up his video camera. There we go, got the words out. We'll get a different angle. We'll get Robbie Stapleford. We'll get 2 angles. How lucky are we? We'll get to talk to Ibraheem after what I am reliably told again is Ibraheem's first ever podium. And is that Ibraheem I can hear? In the call, it is.
Ibra,
Hello.
it's a podium.
It's a fucking podium. Ain't no fucking beep. I'm sorry, team.
It's amazing.
Oh my god, what the hell?
And finally, the luck arrived. You know, staying out of trouble, not getting spun out, and surviving, and then you get the reward. Well done, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, man. I'm just, I am through the roof, man. Honestly.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put my camera on so you can see my sweaty face. Hopefully, there we go. But I'm so happy with this. Yeah, brilliant result for the team. Honestly, I never thought we would win podium and 3 in the semi. Honestly, it was some crazy luck. We must have had some. This must be International Zebra Day or something. And yeah, this is really never. Yeah, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, quickly talk us through that first lap, though, because you were so close. There was 4 wide going to turn 1, and you were just in the middle. I
was just kind of like, I was just looking at any point where someone could just spin me around, and I was like, okay, keep wheel straight. Almost my cat. But, just any point where a car could spin me, I was like, okay, I don't want to be there. So I'm kind of like using my car a bit to like lean on other cars, but not like spin them around and trying to keep out of trouble. And we executed that well. And then the rest of it was just keeping out of trouble, finishing and bringing it home. This was quite lucky. To be honest, my quality was not good. Really not being. I know Spa is a good track for me, but not being as comfortable as previous rounds around here. But this is the best results we could have gotten. I was quite happy with the race pace, maybe lacking in some places, which I will address next race hopefully. And that's basically every summary. Yeah.
Well, you've got no next race to do so by virtue of getting a podium. So I mean, congratulations. You and Robbie, you going to work together in the semi-final, or?
Oh yeah, we're gonna be Batman and Robin, trying to get through the field. You know, we're gonna be going for it, honestly, because we gotta get a top 20 something, 24 or 22, something like that. So we need more podiums.
Do 21, not 22.
Yeah, 21, sorry. But we just gotta go for it, man, because this is the nature of lap 1s. We gotta take our chances when we get them. And and again, it's just been a brilliant day for the team. So even no matter what happens, I'm just really glad that we got a real result worthy of our preparation so far. But no, all is not said and done yet, and we need to keep pushing.
Well, I mean, about getting in the top 21, I have access to the live standings that we're trying to work out. You would be live 26th and 9 points off the cutoff. So there's definitely a chance there. Robbie's only a couple of points behind you as well.
Glad we got to lock in. We got to lock in. Caique has been a real proponent in getting us to lock in, and I've been the Bomboclat proponent. So it's gonna be like two ongoing things, but it's keeping us locked in while not being completely insane. So yeah.
This is what it's all about.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to be able to speak to you later because you're going to be in semi-final too. So make sure you have a little bit of a rest, come back for that one, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you after that again in the final.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be a bit less sweaty and more relaxed. But
and it's extra time in Germany against Spain, so this continues.
Yeah. Yes, I will keep following the Euros. I mean, the Euros is Scotland's out, so there's no real. I'm just hoping for a good game because I'm just crying right now and deep depression from Scotland not being. Yeah, true. We could. Yeah, we'll be a Switzerland fan tomorrow, I guess. But because we don't want to see England win. But yeah, we're chilling.
Well done. We will.
Thank you very much.
Have a rest and congratulations on your podium because it's your first in ESL R1. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you very much, guys.
See ya.
No word. Always a pleasure, Florian, to talk to our drivers, especially when they are in such good moods. Looking forward to those semi-finals then. We've got Caique in the first one. He's won his qualifier to get into that semi-final. We've then got Robbie and we've got Ibraheem, both in semi-final 2 to try and get through to the final. I mean, this is looking really good for us at the moment. We could get definitely one driver in the final at least.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing, has been amazing so far. Then Germany scored the equalizer, so it was like, what's happening here? There's a podium, there's the goal that we were waiting for, and I have a good feeling resetting now. We have to do it all again, but I think there's no reason why the guys cannot make it again in their semis. And this is what I'm looking forward to, and yeah, it will be a long night, hopefully.
Hopefully so. Hopefully we'll go all the way to the final. Won't be backing out too early in this. One final thought though about Caique, of course, picking his first. Well, actually no, Caique and Ibraheem. So Caique's picked up his first win. Ibraheem's picked up his first podium. I mean, how good is that for confidence for the two drivers?
No, big time. And also Robbie. And I mean, yeah, and now we have to build up Ferris because Ferris can do it as well. You know what I mean? It's, I think we are proving, and this was what we've seen over the course of the whole season, that we are on a constant learning curve, that we are getting better, that we made the right moves in the winter break, I want to call it, yeah, by getting Caique on board, getting Robbie on board, and so on, and really mixing things up. And we knew we would need to be patient because racing is racing, things can happen, and then there's always the storyline of, oh, we should have made it like this and blah blah blah. But then suddenly your day is there and you have the luck, and then suddenly there's a win. Yeah, and this shows that with this group of people that we are behind the scenes in the sim rig, we can win races in the at the moment in the highest category of sim racing, and this is what we want to do. And then we go to Riyadh, boosted with confidence, obviously. So I rather take it now than 3 rounds ago, because this will give us a good momentum. Hopefully, it's not over yet today, because the momentum can even be bigger for the big final, where we will meet everyone in person. Yeah, so really positive, really positive.
The only negative about going to Riyadh, of course, is we can't have the Zebras, can we? That's the only negative.
Yeah.
Going to Riyadh, so we'll just have to hope that they can fuel themselves up other ways.
Yeah, we should come up with something else. Yeah.
You'll have to accelerate the Zebra one leaded, and then it'll be fine.
Yeah,
be great.
Yeah. Oh well, but if there's a rest alcohol in it, then it's probably not that worthy to risk anything. Yeah. So let's have a Coke or a Paulana Sunset, that we have in Inesca. So this is also tasty. Mm-hmm. Paulana Sunset. You have to try it
at that point.
Travel to California, because this is the only place where you can buy it at the moment. Get a bottle and then tell me what you think.
I'll get our junior to get some for me when he goes back home.
We will send you also some bottles of Spezi, because this is how we call it here in Germany. And so it's Spezi. What else? Jerseys. What else do you need? Anything? Groceries or?
Schnitzel. Just send me the whole lot, and they'll be
frozen.
I'll be absolutely sorted.
Yeah, something.
All right.
Anyway, it's cool. So we have a break. Can I relax? Yes. Do I have to practice my flick flack maybe?
You can, because we will be back soon. Semi-finals will be coming up in a little bit. Of course, there's a little bit of a break, about 10 minutes or so. Don't go too far, because we're going to have Caique in the first semi-final, hopefully get it through to the final, and hopefully we'll be having Florian doing his flick-flack pretty soon. So don't go too far, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time when semi-finals get underway. Welcome back then. Time for the semi-finals here in the ESL R1 final round of the Drivers' Championship in this spring season. Everyone trying to get to Riyadh. We've got 3 drivers who are in with a shout. Caique, of course, has a foot in the door. He won his quarterfinal, I should say, and he's going to be in semi-final 1. And then, of course, we've got our 2 drivers of Ibraheem Khan and Robbie Stapleford, who are going to be in semi-final 2, but they need a little bit of work to try and get themselves over that mark of 36, 37 odd points that is currently where the benchmark is. Of course, myself, Darragh Thacker, joined by Florian Haasper in the booth. And Florian, we've had our 4 quarterfinals. We've got 3 of our drivers through. It's gone fantastically well. Germany aren't losing yet. I mean, this can only be going down as a success.
Yeah, absolutely. And our Rocket League ladies, they made their flights. Also, good news. They will arrive in about 1 or 2 hours here. It was a close call because train lines were blocked or whatever. So this is also done. So it could be a really interesting thing. We also received, but I cannot say too much about it, good news about eNASCAR and how we will get our broadcast, let's say, distributed there, but this will come over the next weeks. So a pretty good day in the office so far.
Yeah, it's all good news, really. I'm slightly worried for if and when it turns bad. Hopefully it won't. Hopefully we get 3 drivers in the final, 1, 2, 3 in the final. I mean, that's the dream. Not necessarily saying it's going to happen, but you never know. Stranger things have happened at sea. Caique, though, in this semi-final 1, he had such a good performance in qualifying and in the race of his quarter-final. I mean, surely he's got to be one of the favourites for that race in his semi-final.
Yeah, if he really manages to get it together again like that, then yeah, I would say anything is possible for him today because he was in a very quick quarterfinal. He was the fastest in this quarterfinal. He held Luke Bennett at bay during the race, which is also not easy. He's one of the Red Line gladiators, if you want. So no, but also Ibraheem, yeah, what a mature drive, no mistakes and so on. And Robbie, yeah. The fighting spirit was there, and he was rewarded. Yeah, so yeah, props to the 3 guys so far, but we want more.
We do, and we'd love to have a finalist from this first semi-final, and Caique Oliveira could be our man. We've got, of course, 12 drivers in this race. We've got a sprinkling of duos, 2 Red Line cars, 2 Williams Esports cars, among others. We're going to watch Caique's lap. We don't have an camera of him, but it just means that we can spend more time appreciating his lap. He's going to be one of the first drivers to set his flying lap time, and let's just hope it can be as close to the 0.3 as it was earlier, Florian.
Yeah, I mean, 0.3 is yeah, this is what you need to fight for poles. Yeah. By the way, now Germany 2 against 2 on the attack could be a good chance, but I haven't heard anyone shouting yet, so probably it's not a goal. No, it's not a goal. So hopefully Caique does better.
Yeah, well, let's use first sector split. Again, it doesn't really tell us much, the first sector split, but it is going to give us a 39.4. It's a pretty decent first sector. There's not much more to say. There's really, you're looking at a few hundreds in between a good and a bad opening sector. McCormack there is at a 15.25 as a time, ahead of Job, who's on a 0.49. I think that's the fastest time we've seen so far this evening from McCormack at 2.5, to my recollection, Florian.
Yeah, mega lap, definitely. I mean, when we say 0.3, it will keep you in the fight for the pole, and now someone does 2.5. Yeah, this guy wants pole position, obviously, and but the other lap times, I mean, we rather look at Seb Job. This is a 3.74, if I can read it correctly. So this, yeah, sounds more like the BMW pace. Let's see what Caique can do.
Yeah, middle sector split's going to tell us quite a bit more. What's it going to say? 59.772.
I think this is good.
It's quick. It's definitely quick. I don't know whether it's going to be as fast. I think this might be a 0.4 from him. If I've predicted that, that's me done for the evening. Let's see. Caique through Blanchimont. Let's see if he can just pull it out of the bag in this final sector. Into the final couple of corners now. Make sure you get the car stopped, get the car rotated, and get it towards the line, Caique. What's this time going to be then? It really could be a good one from that middle sector split. What is it going to read when he crosses the beam? It's a 15.4.97, so it's a little bit slower than he went in the quarterfinal, so he's going to be probably a little bit frustrated with that, but it's still a good time. He's still quicker than Sebastian Job for the time being, and there's definitely still chance for him to, start in a good position on the grid.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tough. The good news is quicker than Sebi Job is a great performance. But if the two of them are, let's say, 4th and 5th, then okay, maybe some others will have the potential to go quicker. If I look at the list, Dominic Blyer, Chinchik, Rogers, of course, Page, let's see. Yeah, I think he will be in a position to fight for the top 6, and this is the goal.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt that he'll be or thereabouts with that top 6. It just depends on what some of the other times are. You can see him there not looking overly pleased with this lap time, I think it's fair to say. Blyer, I haven't had to say that name for a couple of hours now. In the Williams car, let's see what he can do. 59.6, very good middle sector time from him. This could really put himself onto probably the front row of the grid here, alongside his teammate, incidentally. So Williams having a good time. Shame it's not the team's championship for them. Let's see what Blyer can do. Probably going to be a 0.2, high 0.2. Oh, it's a low 0.3. Oh, my luck's run out. But it's still showing some very, very good pace. But, we've still got some strong drivers to come here. Marcel Schindler is one of them. And it's going to be interesting just to see how low can we go, because can anybody beat that 15.25 time? Because that does look incredibly quick.
Yeah, I doubt it, to be honest. This is... it's now obvious. Williams is... had something in their tank, and now 1st and 2nd, Chinchik now splits it. Okay. So if they all go so quick or that quick, the mission will be getting more and more difficult for Caique, but let's see.
Yeah, what can Rogers do? The New Zealander in the Porsche through the final couple of corners.
I think he's Australian, by the way. Australian. I don't want to correct you, but I think he's Australian. Sorry.
Might be. No, I'll have a look on the main feed, because I was just looking at the flag and it looked like there was only...
There's just a Porsche. He's Porsche, from Porsche Planet. This is a totally different continent.
Oh, you're right. He's Australian. Thank you. Thank you. Those stars look red to me. That might need an eye test. Pedric is coming through the final couple of corners. The German driver up to the line. Where can he put his car? Oh my word, look at those times there. He's gone 2 thousandths faster than Caique, 3 thousandths faster than Job. It's so tight at the bottom there. Lemonek, Huis and Yayovsky are the last 3 drivers to set their lap times in this qualifying session. Lemonek, this doesn't look fantastic. This looks probably slowest of them all, with that 59.8 middle sector time. Let's see if it is a 0.5. And he crosses the line, and it is a 0.5, 15.524. But again, he's still less than half a tenth, really. Just about a quarter of a tenth off of 3 positions in front of him. That's how close it is in this session. Bono Huis, he's looking good, 59.7. Where do you think he's going to go here then, Florian? Position?
P7.
I'm going to go with P6. This is the line. Where's he going to go? Well, it's P5. Underestimated. And finally, Yayovsky, another very fast middle sector time, very similar to what we just saw from Bono Huis. So he's going to be, you'd say, around that Bono Huis, Luke Bennett kind of time. Let's see what it is. The final driver, the North Macedonian driver. I've definitely got that flag correct. I can't confuse that with another one. Through the final corner, Yayovsky, where can he go? This looks pretty good from him, to be fair. And it's going to put him into 0.4, maybe losing a little bit of time in that final sector. As we look at some of the other drivers there. But that then just showing how close the qualifying session really is there, because we've had all of the drivers come through and there's less than a 3/10 difference between them all. It's incredibly close.
Yeah. But this is, it's a challenge that lies ahead of Caique now. Now it's a bit different. I mean, if you start from pole, then it's all the way easier, to stay out of trouble at the start. Now it's difficult. But, I mean, with the pace he has, he just needs to be a bit lucky, like Ibra was in his quarterfinal, and then pace-wise, I think he can make moves and overtake people. This is what we need now. 4 times.
If we manifest this enough, he's running second now in the practice, isn't he? So what's stopping him from running second in the race? See?
Yeah.
See, that's maybe wishful thinking, but you know. You got to go for it anyway. But Caique, I mean, he probably will, you'd say, have to hope for a little bit of carnage off of the line, and then for him to pick his way through. He kind of needs an Ibraheem Khan kind of moment. Yeah. Off of the line, we've seen it can happen, so it can absolutely happen again.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing's lost here. And I mean, now the stakes are even higher for everyone. So we have Semi Job, who comes from, what is it, P12 or something. So this is quite unique, yeah. So he will charge. Maybe they can work together somehow to make their way, because I think both of them have shown that they can go quicker and that they deserve to be higher up. But then, first you have to survive the start and then to gain the places. But again, most important thing is not to. Oh, great save by the Spanish keeper. This could have been a goal. So Caique, needs to be very concentrated, focused now at the start, and then we need some luck.
Yeah, let's see if we can pick up any luck. Let's see how this race goes, especially if Florian is going to have to watch a penalty shootout in the middle of it. Caique, though, starting P10, ahead of Job, ahead of Lemonek. Let's see what he can do. Outside line to start this semi-final one. But don't forget, we've got 2 drivers in semi-final 2, but Caique is our first shot at the final, and they're very, very jittery trying to get away from the line. Yayovsky clearly not going when everybody expected them to as we get towards turn 1. McCormack and Rogers are there as we're looking at the outside line here with Caique looking just to pick his way through. Careful with Lemonek on the inside. And really, he's just lost a little bit of time on the outside line there, just from the fact that nothing really happened on the inside to lose them any time at all. Lemonek's going to take the position, and Caique's going to have to work his way from the back. You could say he's getting 11 times worth of slipstream down this back straight. Is it going to help him towards Lake Com? He's going to go for the outside line on Lemonek, but I don't think he's going to be anywhere near close enough to make a move on this opening lap.
No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, if you're starting from P10, losing 2 positions at the start is let's say, unfortunate, but now we need a charging Caique through the field, and then we will see how far it gets up, if it goes up. But all the drivers in here are ultra quick, obviously, so it's not easy to gain positions, but now he's in a good spot.
Yeah, and trying to find his way behind Jamie Fluke, who is fighting away with Lemonek. This could come unstuck for both of them very, very quickly, and there goes Fluke a little bit wide. Lemonek lost a bit of time as well. Caique's just looking to try and find a way through, but you don't want to send it into Pouon, and this is why these two are going to push each other wide. Here comes Caique. Can he make the double overtake on the inside? It's a bit of a squeeze, but he's done it, you know. What a move for Caique. That's 2 positions done. 2 done, 4 to go. That's basically what he said to himself.
Exactly. Good move.
See.
And I mean, these 2 guys started fighting. Caique benefited. This is how it has to be. And now we need it again.
Yeah, if everybody else could skittle in front of us, that would be absolutely fantastic.
The good thing is...
Marcel...
Oh, sorry.
If Marcel Shinzi can have some kind of issue and no one can avoid him, then, you know...
Spain scored a goal. In the 119th minute. This is painful. So Caique, save my day again.
Oh no, the day was going so well.
Oh well, you know, I don't care about football at all. I'm lying.
I was gonna say that now. It's easy to say when you're losing. So,
Oh,
but let's see what Caique can do. There's someone going around. That's Luke Bennett. Luke Bennett going around, and that's given Caique another position. One of definitely the fastest drivers on the track right now. So the chances are still there for Caique. And it's a great header, by the way, I have to be honest. He's got to be careful, though, because Lemonek is right up behind him, nearly pushing him down this straight. But look at the slipstream here for Caique. He couldn't try and get another 2, can he? Or he's going to sit in behind. Oh, he's going to go aggressive. He's going to try and get the 2 positions here. Inside line for Caique Oliveira. Can he make this stick? It's going to be difficult. There's contact. He's kept it pointing in the correct direction, which is the main thing there. It was worrying that he may have gone around, and that really would have been curtains. But Caique, he's still pointing in the right direction, and his hopes are still alive, despite the fact he wasn't able to pick up either position there.
Not sure about the Ratland driver, to be honest. I think he gained a lot of time by going this emergency road there. Let's see.
And let's see. I mean, it was an aggressive move from Caique, wasn't it? There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it was. But
For the inside line.
But you need to do it.
Oh no, absolutely. You couldn't not go for the move in that situation, especially with so much on the line.
I think
but he's still close.
Yeah, now it's a tricky situation. I think now you need a few laps where you don't fight and see if Sebi and your train can close the gap to the P6 guy, whoever it is. Because one thing is obvious: Sebastian Job also wants to make it, and he's really leading the charge to hopefully gain some time on Bonnehuis.
Let's see if Caique can pick up a spot here, down in towards the bus stop, looking much faster, braking earlier. Not going to go for it here, just going to sit single file, not going to force anything outrageous through this bus stop chicane. I'm going to wait his time again. I'm sure he'll have another go at the top of the hill. We start lap 3 of 7, 5 to go then in this semi-final. Caique needs 3 spots. The top 6, though, they're all concertinaing up behind McCormack, so there's always the chance that if he can get through on these 2, he can catch up to that train for P6.
So 1 minute left in the Germany game. They need the goal now. It's a bit the same situation like this in the race. Although Caique has more time still.
This will be Germany's 2nd consecutive quarter-final exit, won't it?
Possible, I think.
They lost to... Oh, that's Medjic going around. Goodbye. And Marco's out of contention. That now leaves Sebastian Job, you should say, vulnerable to Caique Oliveira here. To try and make the move. Caique didn't do anything wrong there. He was an innocent bystander once again, but Sebastian Job is now going to feel the heat from the Samba train. It's Caique Oliveira. Let's see if he can apply it anytime soon. But that, I mean, obviously, he came out of turn 1 12th. He's now up to 8th. We've still got 4.5 laps left. This is definitely on.
Yeah, they have to close the gap somehow to Bonnehuis, and then it's wide open. But the good thing is we're only on lap 3. It is, lap 3. Yeah, no 4.
We're on lap 3. We've got time.
Yeah. Big chance for Germany. Super chance for Germany. He didn't score. I think it's over.
Oh, no.
It's over.
I actually fancied a Germany-Austria final last week. That's gone well, hasn't it?
Yep. But this looks not too bad. They are gaining, I think. They're gaining in Bonnehuis.
Yes, Caique Oliveira. I've just seen that chance, by the way. That was a massive chance. That's the end of that game, though. We can focus on the job at hand. No, the Sebastian job. No, it doesn't matter. Caique Oliveira, right up close to the back of the red line car. There's now a little train of 3. So Bonahuis has kind of been disconnected from that 3, and you could make an argument that it's going to be one of these 3: Bonahuis, Sebastian Job, Caique Oliveira. One of them will make it through to the final.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me that we are listed in this 3-way pack or 3-way fight at all, then I wouldn't have believed it, because the start was not so promising. But now I think, the chances are definitely higher.
Yeah, let's see if Job can really kind of cause any carnage. I mean, if he could cause some carnage and take himself and Bono out, that would make our lives easier.
Oh, wow, yeah. Then I would send a Zebru to Redline, but not sure if this works like this. No, but, I mean...
No.
Sebi has the pressure, so he's now close to Bonahuis. He will definitely attack at some point. The question is, where is Caique when it happens? Can he benefit? Can he make it 3 wide? Will they crash? So many questions. But now, I'm confident again that Caique gets a chance to get involved in this, and this is an achievement on its own already.
Reminder that Bonahuis only scraped through his qualifier in 6th, and he only has 1 more point more than Robbie Stapleford in the standings. So, I mean, even if he finishes 7th and Caique can't get past him, Bonahuis finishing lower favours the 2 guys in the other semi-final. So let's see if this can come to any kind of fruition. It looks like Sebastian Job is, lining it up in a way, just trying to get the nice run through Blanchimont towards the bus stop chicane. I don't think he's going to go for it into the braking zone, as you can see, just pulling out of the slipstream, but he's just sitting in behind and waiting. You can just see how close everyone else is up front.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, there's really not a big gap between Caique and the lead.
It's over. Spain won, or did they just score another goal? No, they won. It's just finished. Whoa, disappointment. Right.
So I was fully expecting Germany to win that, if I'm honest.
Me too.
Oh, Danny Carvajal got sent off, though.
Yeah.
Well.
Now we need a red card now for Bonahuis.
Oh, actually, Sebastian Job might give him one. Let's see. Inside line, down in towards Lake Combe. Oh, no, he pulls back onto the racing line. Bono didn't really want to fight that one too hard, interestingly, really, because this is the battle for the final. Bono needs to be in the final if he wants to be in that top 21. So, interesting tactics there from Bono. Can Caique maybe capitalise on this with 2 more trips to the top of the hill left to go? Again, Caique not having to worry about anyone from behind, because Jamie Fluke is a second back. It's just the battle up in front. It's the 2 drivers in front of him. He needs to get through both of them to get to the final. That's as simple as it is.
Yep. I mean, I can't see if Sebi is pulling away, because this could be the real problem. Even if he manages to attack Bono or pass him, then there's still Sebastian, who's now holding this valuable P6.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's clear that he's not got too far away from Bonahuis, but looking at about half a second, that should almost completely eradicate itself down this straight through Blanchimont down towards the bus stop chicane. We've seen many again down here so far today, and I don't think this is going to be any different as Caique Oliveira gets closer and closer to Bonahuis, who gets ever closer to Sebastian Job, but no kind of move ever materialises for them as they ping their way through the final couple of corners. 2 more laps to go then for Caique to try and get himself into the final, and it's definitely still on. It's just going to be a difficult old slog, I think. Slog, I should say, to try and get through these 2 drivers, especially if Sebastian Job can try and pull Bonahuis away a bit.
Yeah. Difficult.
Up the hill. as we make our way through a route rally on it, looks like Bono is close enough to try and have a go at Sebastian Job here. So the Caique can pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. Let's see. Inside line will be fake. Bono Hui. Oh, he's not going to go for it. Or is he going to go for it? He's not going to go for it. Not sure. He's waiting for the last lap. Clearly, surely he is.
Oh, Bono. This is the right thing to do.
It's an interesting tactic, I think it's fair to say.
It's a very
it might cost him a chance in the final. Yeah.
But, well, maybe we are proving wrong.
Well, you could also say at the same time that if he went into the lead, he doesn't think he can keep it because of the slipstream effect. We might as well give him the chance of trying to win it on the final lap. That might be the thought process there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will see how this one develops. Only a lap and a third ready to go in this opening semi-final. Can Caique get it into the final? I mean, these points should be comfortable enough to see him into the top 21.
Which is
16th as we run, but he's he's 19 points safe, and his current position of 8th. See him pick up. Now I have written this down somewhere, and the answer is 4 points, which should be enough to kind of see him out of trouble from everybody else down there. I mean that Ozzy Yildirim, who isn't even going to do any more. It would mean Mitchell de Jong has to get to the final and then do well to overtake Caique, and Caique's not got enough people below him that could overtake him really. So there's that going for him to get into the top 21. But as we run on towards the final lap, Caique Oliveira is not done yet for the final for Caique.
Oh, a mistake by Sebi.
Oh, but a bit of a mistake from Caique. He's just lost the momentum off the exit of the corner. He's close though to the back of Bono. This is the key though, because he's going to get the double slipstream up the hill. Sebastian Job is surely going to have to try the move here, as is Caique. I can very much see this going 3 wide. Look at the gain from Caique. He is gaining, and when they pull out, he's going to be the only one gaining here. Here he comes. There goes Sebastian Job to the outside. Where's Caique going to go? He's going to dive to the inside. Can he? He's onto the grass. He's going to be leading into the corner. He's got the inside line. They're 3 wide.
Excellent.
He's the only one to stay on the track.
No,
Sebastian Job. No. He gets forced off by Bono, and that might be a bit of a contentious one. Bono keeps the position. Caique's in 7th. Sebastian Job has gone. He was on the outside line. He was completely sent off the road. He was sent into Narnia, quite frankly. But Caique, I thought he had the position on Bono, and then Caique would argue got pushed a bit wide there.
Yeah. But, you don't know what kind of decisions will be made, but I would say, yeah. But I'm biased, anyway, like always.
Yeah, I think I'm slightly biased as well, to be fair. But regardless, I think there will be a conversation about that regardless, though, because that is the 6th versus 7th important position there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing of this race. I mean, this is the thing that needs to be decided properly. We will, wait what race control will decide, and but I think really Caique had the momentum and had the position really. And
yeah, let's see. Can he try it down towards the bus stop? I think he's too far back to have a go on track. So Caique's going to finish 7th on the road. But we'll wait to see if anything is said about the contact. But regardless, as it stands, Caique will just miss out on the final by the slimmest of margins in P7. Gutted if he is just going to be slotted out. Being told that we're going to get to fix Caique's cam for the interview, which is lovely stuff. And we get to talk to Caique.
I mean, this is now. I think this is wide open now, because we definitely have to wait for the final decision. If there's a penalty, if there's a 1 second penalty for Bono, maybe then it would be enough, for Caique. If there's, I don't know, if maybe Caique gets a penalty because he made it 3 wide in first place, and this is why Sebi was pushed out. I've got no clue.
Hugo's telling me that they didn't catch any of it on the stream, which is, you know, wonderful stuff. The battle for the crossover there, you think would be front and center. Apparently not. But there is the stream. Of course, we can see.
I mean, not showing the fight.
Australian drivers.
Not showing the fight for P6 with the winner of the quarterfinal involved, with Sebastian Job involved and Bono Hoyes involved, is a bit, let's say, odd.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
But this is why we have our stream, to show the important stuff.
Exactly. No one cares about the rest. We just want to care about Caique in his race. I'm just hearing back as well. I'm getting typing as to a reply as to whether anything has been heard about the stewards.
No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. No live penalties, so it would be needed to be a post race penalty. But let's see.
Yeah. So we'll wait and we'll hold our breath on that one for however long we need to. We'll also wait to speak to Caique. Hopefully he'll be here soon and we can speak to him. But I mean, generally, his race, before he gets here, we can just say about how he recovered, because of course he started in the back. He came out of turn 1 12th, so realistically he started from the back of the field. He worked his way through to 7th very well, including that double overtake at Poo1. I mean, it was a great drive regardless of whether he finished 6th or 7th.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think, to be honest, the way it panned out at the end, I'm not sure. Well, okay, let's see. You know, I always respect race control's decisions. I don't want to blame any other driver. It was a race situation. But yeah, getting pushed off a bit. Not sure if this is the way, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult because you come into that corner when you've got Sebastian Job, and then you've got who is in the middle? Sebastian Job, Bono, and then Caique on the inside, he's claimed the corner, hasn't he? The first part of Lake Com.
Yeah.
I think Bono's argument could be that he had his nose up the inside, so he had a right to the corner, but then at the same time, he then pushed Caique wide and into the gravel. So there's definitely discussion to be had. We'll wait and see if anything is said or done about it. But before that, we can speak to Caique, I do believe. And there he is on the screen, Caique. At the moment, it's incredibly unlucky. From the reviews, you came out of turn 1 P12. You made that incredible double overtake at Poo1. Was there much more you could have done to try and get P6?
Not much. Like, to be honest, yeah, maybe I wasn't really in the best spot. I got overtaken by Lemanek at the start. Had to wait a little bit because was waiting for things to happen. People almost crashed out. Managed to do a nice overtake in Pujon. As I saw them like too wide into Pujon and going a little bit wide, I saw the opportunity there. And in the last spot was really like I got put off a little bit by Sebi move, which was really smart. But at the same time, he lost time that made me be close to him and try to overtake both. Yeah, I think it was really racing. Got stuck, had no much room, and he got spun. Everybody got pushed off. There are some incidents that are being reviewed, so not all hope is lost. And I think I drove a decent pace. You just really even if my pole lap from first session will be P5, of course would be in a better place than P10. But yeah, we take any opportunity, and yeah, it was a bit of a more hard/dirty racing at the end. But that's how it is. That's how it goes. Yeah.
I mean, do you know where you lost that time in qualifying? Because of course you were a couple of tenths down, but do you kind of know where it was, or was it just kind of like a few hundredths all over the lap?
You mean from distance from Bono?
Oh yeah, from the quarterfinal to semi-final qualifying.
Oh yeah, it was a tenth and a half off. more than that.
As in, do you know where you lost the time? Was there like a particular?
Oh yeah,
like,
I know a little bit in. I left a little bit in Lecombe. I left a lot in No Name. I left a little bit in entry of Beef Puff, and I got this light moment on the very last corner, the bus stop, that killed maybe half a tenth. So just those tiny mistakes that cost you a lot, and you could see that other people made mistakes. And yeah, it was quite tight. It was 496, 497, 498. Separating 3 positions. It is that tight, and it is the tactic, and especially last race into the going to Riyadh, things chances will be taken. Yeah. So I mean, was being oh, no further action in the incident. Yeah, that's how it goes at least 7.
I've seen that as well.
Yep.
I mean, positives though, definitely positive to take is with P7, you've taken more points to the point now where you've collected 59, and in the live standings, you would be in P14. Of course, the 21 go through. So you're in a very, a bit of a cushy position in terms of trying to get yourself through. So yes, you didn't get to the final, but there's definitely that positive that you're going to get yourself almost certainly to the next stage.
No, I'm locked in. I'm locked in the last chance qualifier, pretty sure. Talking with Felix and seeing the calculations. I think already from my first race, I already made the jump. And I think from the other drivers that went through, they are not. I think most of them are in the already in the last chance qualifier. Need to double check. So all in all, I'm happy. Of course, the racing could be a little bit better, but that's how it goes. No further action there. It's their choice. Yeah, it's how they see it. But yeah, one thing that was really what happened. I got pushed off. It is what it is. I mean, like a proper off track. I got sure. It's how the game is played, but I'm actually super. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm chill with it. It's just surprising that you can get away with some stuff, but at the same time I could be penalized for taking a chance free white. But at the same time, I judge it was racing incident. It's really a matter of it's subjective, right? It's a matter of interpretation. That's how I interpret it. And good points still in the last chance qualifier. Really hard for me to make into top 9, especially being spun twice. And I had to make another win to maybe go into the cutoff. So the target from at least having one BS+ competition car in the last chance qualifier and maybe getting the podium to top 12. The chances are still there. It's not over yet. So there's a lot of work to be done. And I'm really glad, really happy that I got my first win and things happen. Yeah, just really happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You got your first win. You basically qualified to the next stage. Even though you haven't quite got to the final, there's definitely some positives to take. Yeah. Caique, congratulations on your win and your pole. And we will see you in the coming weeks for the last chance qualifier. Well done.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, we will bounce back. Of course, we will rally up and check things that can be done better. Things that are very good. I think it's a great boost of confidence, especially we will have the semi-final tour with the other guys. They have a more chance, more cars in the semi-final is more chances to make into the final somehow. So yeah, I'll be locked in watching the races and cheering for the guys, and hopefully they reach their finals and more points. This is, for me, every race is the same as team. It's really important, especially for me, like that we get this confidence boost to really make stuff happen in Saudi. Yeah, so
absolutely so. But well done, Caique. You have been leading the team brilliantly this evening, and yeah, we will all be cheering. And of course, Staple Robbie. Sorry,
Staple Robbie. The staple, the BS+ stapler.
The stapler, yeah. He's the stapler.
We should go into it because qualifying has started already.
Yeah. So have a great broadcast. Thank you. Guys, yeah, catch you later.
Thanks, Caique.
We'll have a zebra.
Congratulations, Caique. But Caique, as he said, he's through to what should be the last chance qualifier. So incredible work done by him. But like you said, we're into qualifying already, and I think for the first time since I've been on a BS competition stream, Florian, we've got 2 BS drivers in the same race.
Yes, yeah. I think we had it last time as well, or the race before. I don't know, Ibra and Robbie as well, because they're always in the third and fourth quarterfinals. And double the chance. I mean, it's a stacked grid, stacked field. So, getting a good lap in qualifying would help. Otherwise, you pretty much start from the back. But we will see.
And let's see, Robbie's on his lap now, which we are following, down in towards No Name, running it out nicely onto the curb. I wonder how he thinks this lap's going, focusing very much in towards Poo on the double apex left-hander, hit the first and then hit the second, which Robbie has done. A couple of the times coming through are... Actually, see that is, I think it's 271 from Benke, unless my eyesight is really taking a hit. But it's looking like there's definitely a chance for Robbie here in this session. Middle sector split, I believe that's a 59.8, if I can just about make that out. So maybe a little bit slower than he would be looking for, but still going to be competitive in this kind of grid.
Yeah, absolutely. 271 is an ultra fast lap, and I mean this means that at least Max Benecke can challenge the time that Dan McCormick set. They're involved in 388. Let's see where we end up with Robbie.
Is it going to be? It's going to be a little bit off. The time, I think it's a 0.587, that isn't it?
This probably won't
my
get
screen, and I.
This will be tough.
0.87, but it will be tough. But we still do have another driver in Ibraheem Khan who is looking to also set a lap time when he is able to. I think it's fair to say Robbie doesn't look overly pleased with himself, but we know that he's a race merchant in the team. Ibraheem hasn't even started his lap yet, so we've got a long time to wait before he's coming across the line.
Feels a bit like this day has two halves, you know. The first half was like everything is sunny and positive, and Germany was still in the European Cup. And a few minutes later, we have one driver getting pushed off. We have a challenging situation here. So Ibra saved the day again.
Yeah, I think a technical term for it is that it's somehow all gone Pete Tom, really. But let's see how Ibraheem Khan does. 3-1, that was a very tidy line through there. We've said all evening long that effectively Sector 1 is turn 1 and the run up the hill. There really isn't much to it, and we're expecting a 34.4, 34.5 in that ballpark. So don't expect, or maybe not 34, but don't expect anything to be, setting the timing pages alight. We're going to be expecting to see a lot of that time gain or loss in the middle sector, where there's the most technical parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, this is the pattern. 39.5, okay, yeah, nothing's lost, I would say. But now it really counts in this part of the track.
His way through Malmedy down in towards Bruxelles, trying to rotate the car can be so difficult with that camber in the corner. It's 180 degrees of right-hand rotation as well before you take another 90 left at No Name, the corner that has more names than most corners despite being called No Name. In towards Pouon you go, double left-hander of course still riding downhill, but this is really where you reach the valley floor. Let's see how he takes if path chicane. It can be one of those ones where there's different lines that you run through, but let's just see what he does. Tight on the first apex, keeping it nice and tight for the second as well, not letting it run out too far wide for the second to get the exit, just bouncing across the curbs and making the shortest line possible. Middle sector split for Ibraheem Khan. It's going to be a 59.8, so it's going to be in the ballpark of Robbie Stapleford, I think, and definitely within range of the likes of Johan Half.
Yeah. Still, let's see. Yeah, could be. I think it looks like it will also be a 0.5, but Mitchell Young went quickest in the meantime.
267. I mean, look at those three fastest times. 267, 271, 276. There's 11 thousandths in that between those top three teams. Incredible stuff. But as we cross the line now with Ibraheem, he sets just 200ths off of what... 200 quicker than what Robbie put in. I thought it was the same time there for half a second. But as it is, they are going to be in 10th and 11th for now. We'll see what Mastiejewski will be doing. He's the last driver to cross the line. Back to the mainstream, a little bit behind as Cabazon goes for a 15.3. I wonder what Ibraheem's time's going to be.
Yeah, we have a second chance. It's all about second chances.
I think he'd love a second chance to do it all over again, to be fair, rather than just the repeat of the same event. Let's see him cross the line. And again, he's not terribly far off the likes of De Jong. They're only 3/10 away. It's not a massive amount of time.
No. But I mean, I can't remember his qualifying lap time from the quarter, but I guess it was a bit quicker. But this is how it is. Now let's see what Jakob can do. Probably also a bit quicker. So we have the final and last row on the grid, probably. No, what?
Ooh.
No, I think we have it.
Very good time there. It was a very good time there from Mastiejewski, though. But you were right, we will have 11th and 12th on the grid. But that only means that the two of them, Ibraheem and Robbie, can just work together to try and, make sure that everyone takes each other out. Easy. 1-2 finishing coming, I think.
Yeah, with race control being on our side heavily, this will be a promising mission.
We'll send them out into the wild and give them hope. That's what we give them. No resources, just hope. Practice will be short, and then we will get into the race. We'll see if either of the drivers can make their way into the final. Having a look at the current standings. Ibraheem Khan to get inside the top 21. Realistically, because the nice thing is Ibraheem and Robbie are the only two below 23rd still in this. Mm-hmm. So they're the only two that are kind of... So basically, there's no one below them that can gain more points than them. There's no one that we have to worry about in that regard. That being said, that does mean that if they can get to 35, that means that they should qualify for the next round. Now, to get to 35, Ibraheem would need to finish in 5th position or better, and Robbie would need to finish in 3rd position or better to really have a good shot at the next round. So, a bit of a tall order,
but if they make it into the top 6, they have another chance to score points in the final, right? So this
exactly
things.
That's actually a very good point.
So it would help if they would qualify for the next round, which is just a little bit of work to do.
Just a little bit. Starting on the back row of the grid, we're going to have a lovely split screen view of both of their starts as they will get themselves underway. Of course, Robbie on the right, Ibraheem on the left. You can tell because Robbie's got a little bit of a yellow stripe on the top of his car and Ibraheem has the red. Ready for a Scotsman? No, it just doesn't make sense. Through the final couple of corners, though, let's see who can get the jump off of the line. Can either of them really have a really good start as they make their way out of the final corner, get the power down, and let's go racing. They haven't gone quite yet, but Ibraheem has judged it quite well. Let's see if he can try and slip down the inside at turn 1 of maybe one, maybe a couple more, but gets that blocked off as he makes his way into the opening corner. Robbie's just going to wait behind and try and pick the bones out of the outcome of the opening corner, and he's going to do that by trying to do the up and under on Ibraheem. Of course, he's not going to fight that one up the hill, but the two of them, they're going to have a lot of work to do because they are, it's fair to say, not going to be fighting into Les Combes this time around unless something catastrophic happens in front of them, which it is actually.
Yep.
There's Robbie. Goodness me, Robbie's looking up the inside. We'll go full screen with Robbie, who will have the inside line into Lake Com. Will he take it? Will he concede? He's going to go for it, but they're going to stay in the same position. Robbie around the outside of Ibraheem, down the inside. There's a bit of contact, and oh no. Can he style it out? Pretty well, to be fair. You've got to give him some star marks for that, but Robbie, I think it's fair to say he's going to be out of contention there now. I think a bit of a misjudgment, is it fair to say, on the overspeed he had in that corner?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. But now all eyes on Ibra, to be honest, because he's still in the thick of thin. Thick of thin? Is this English? Or was it a German invention? No, is he getting pushed? Zebra English. Zebra English.
Zebra, yeah, that's good, that. It's good with Z, because you can use E, you could try and use air, and then R at the end, can't you? It's fantastic. Yeah. Anyway,
by now,
how about the English language?
We are actually using any consonant or vowel to play around with the word zebra. You know, you can do what you want.
Yeah, no. Z-break?
Z-break, you know. Zebra anthology,
Zebra accelerator,
Zebrexit.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
What a wonderful thing. Anyway, Ibraheem Khan, before I get bogged down on that, he's looking to pick up these positions, looking through. I mean, it's so difficult to pick a way through, especially when you've got such congestion on the roads in front of you. It's like rush hour, with cars trying to go too wide, but then backing out of it and then realizing that they then have to slot into line. Look at this, 2x2 into the opening corner. Ibraheem's just looking for any way through here, and he's not going to be able to find it down in towards the source, but he definitely does have a chance on the run up the hill towards Lake Com, especially if these guys start to trip over each other. Let's see if they do. Great run for Ibraheem up the hill. Can he try and pick anybody off as they make their way in towards Lake Com? I don't think he's gaining anywhere near enough to make that kind of move, but look up in front, look at the drama that's unfolding. Side by side, definitely going to happen in towards the right-hander. Is it all going to be nice and civil? The answer is no. There's a car off of the track. There's a car that might be off on the other side of the track if they're not careful. Bit of a shallow line from, that's Dane Warren in the 57 car, and inside maybe for Ibraheem, down into Bruxelles, looking for it, not going to take it, but he's opened the door ever so slightly, not able to walk inside of it. But these guys, they're fighting really hard at the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, same rule applies. If you still see P6 and you are still in the same group as P6, then it's not too bad on lap 2. So let's keep the focus, and things will happen, because all the guys lining up behind the P6 guy, who is Max Benecke, yeah, they want his position.
Absolutely do. I think everybody, I mean, look at this. So that's 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, up to 4th in this train now. Maciejewski, Siggy and De Jong have kind of scarpered away. They've run, and they are taking the final with them, it seems. But for everybody behind, 4th downwards, this is really just a bit of a bloodbath and a bit of a pub brawl, really, as they are all going at it on each other. 5 laps to go on the completion of this one. You can see maybe a move into the bus stop up for 4th, but thought better of it. Anybody going to go for it into the opening corner of the lap down at La Source? It doesn't look like it at this stage, but we've seen many a late move, haven't we, Florian? A late dive to the inside, and that's not going to happen this time around. But again, a little bit of a wide moment up in front from, I believe that was Casabon, is going to allow the, oh, actually, no, I think it was Baldwin. It's going to allow everybody else to try and have the run on them towards Lake Com.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix here. Ibraheem needs to make sure to, stay in the draft. Again, I'm quite sure that things will happen and unfold, and there will be drama and people will crash. The question is, where are you to pick up the pieces and to benefit from it?
And Warren and Half there going very, very close together. Baldwin somehow keeping his position after looking so vulnerable out of turn 1. But Baldwin still leads this little group inside the bigger group from Warren. from Ibraheem Khan. So Ibrahim's got a little bit of work to do. It's going to be difficult. I think he's going to need some kind of big old collision in front of him to make these positions, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, this part of the race that we have also seen quite a few times, where it's a bit calming down. This will last now for maybe 1 or 2 more laps, and then it will be a bit more. There will be more action, I predict.
Can't go far without a bit of action at Spa, can you? Not at all. Let's see if it, where it unfolds and if it benefits us, because it'd be amazing if everybody gets skittled out in front of us, as long as we're not involved, and Ibraheem can just trot his way through to the final. But as it stands, currently P11 got a lot of work to do. Going to take, you'd say, a major upset from this position to get inside the top 6. Chances are there. Dane Warren, Johan Haas aren't looking necessarily comfortable as they start to go at each other. Down in towards the bus stop, inside defensive line thrown by Haas. Warren, though, not in the end, going for the move. But we've just seen how close these races have run, haven't we? All the way through, the 4 qualifiers, these 2 semis. There hasn't been much field spread at all to speak of. After 3 laps here, the entire field spread of 11, if you forget Robbie for a second. Oh, is there a big incident? Oh, moment there and Haas. But the issue there is Ibrahim's had to have checked up there, and he's lost a hell of a lot of time, and he may end up coming under pressure from Johan Haas by the end of the Kemmel Straight again.
Yeah, no. This is a gap that is too big, and now we need really big trouble for the guys in front. But I mean, it's a bit like all the, let's say, luck or positive vibes have turned against us again. Like now you are in an incident where you lose time and you don't gain it. So this is, I guess, the yin and yang of racing, and that's how it is.
Absolutely so, but you got to feel for Ibraheem there. I mean, he just got caught up in the incident, and again, there's nothing he could do apart from avoid it to avoid losing even more time. And in doing so, he's just kind of lost the train now, and it's going to be a bit of a slog in these last 3 laps just to get the car to the end of the race, really. Of course, Robbie has had a bit of a slog since Malmedy on lap 1, so full credit to him for sticking in there, sticking around just to see if anything absolutely extraordinary happens. But Ibraheem, it's so difficult, just at the back of the train, hoping to pick up the pieces, not get caught up in them, and that's exactly what happened to him.
Yeah, I mean, I have the slight or the tiny hope that this group is just losing time when they start fighting or fight a bit more, and that maybe Ibra has a chance to maybe gain some time or get closer to the group, together with Dane Rowan, who's in the same position. But it is a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, and for Ibraheem, he's just kind of had some quiet races, hasn't he, really? He had that quiet race where he ended up in P3, and we were sitting back relaxing because we were so confident, and he had no issues. In a way, he's in the kind of same position where he's not got anybody to fight, but the only issue is he's in P10, not P3.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is somewhat frustrating, and with 3 laps to go, it's going to take a monumental effort to get back into the top 6 now, although he is catching Dane Warren a bit to try and get back in that slipstream. He's doing as best as he could.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to keep pushing. He needs to still be there in case that something will happen. And what are the gaps? The P6 position. Okay, so now it's Toman in P6. Well, Casabon is behind him, so okay, not sure how much fighting will be going on, but Baldwin is pushing. He wants to pass Casabon because he knows that Casabon won't attack Toman because they're from the same team. So interesting.
I mean, there also might be an element of this to points as well, especially when we're looking at the back end of the top 9. Dane Warren, well, I say Dane Warren. Dane Warren has been chasing the top 9. I'm going to be honest, he's not going to be able to get there if he's only going to finish in 9th in this one. Johan Haas is another one who was chasing that. He's down in P12. He's not scoring anything. He will stay exactly where he is. So it's looking increasingly good for the likes of Marcel. Just hoping to hang on there. his only real challenger at the moment seems to be will be Darragh McCormack. So he may have to watch out for McCormack, who's only 6 points behind him. There could be a real race on, actually, I've just noticed, for 9th, between Jeremy Reitveld, who actually admittedly will get a big boost. Willie, because he's only coming 7th. So, no, it will be between Jeremy Reitveld, Marcel Schinzik, Darragh McCormack, and technically Dane Warren. But those 4 drivers are really in a bit of a fight for that 9th spot in the automatic qualifiers. Could be quite interesting in the final.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't care. But obviously, it's
fair enough.
Somehow it's more interesting, for us as a team, maybe the interesting bit is which drivers will, let's say, be there in the second chance, because then this is what. These are the guys that Caique will then fight in this second or last chance race. And I think you have to finish third minimum in this for the final 3 spots in the final, super final. And but I mean, Caique, also depending on the track, by the way, I would prefer it to be Spa, because then Caique has pole potential. But let's see, probably will be something else.
Like Orchard Road or something, wouldn't it? Something heinous like that.
Super famous favorite track.
What was that?
It's my favorite track, Orchard Road. No.
Oh yeah.
No way. Is it Orchard?
Everyone's favorite track.
Orchard? No, Orchard.
Orchard. Yeah, Orchard.
Orchard. Already this word sounds ugly,
The world would probably be a better place without it, to be fair.
Yeah, without the track or the world.
Considering it doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, but the modders did a great job. Great track. For some.
Oh, no, yeah, the modders have done a fantastic job on it, but it's just not ideal for racing, as we saw a month ago.
This is wisely put.
Yeah, it looks great. And I'm sure it's absolutely amazing to drive. It just doesn't race fantastically well.
No. But I mean,
wouldn't be good for those kind of playoff kind of races, I don't think.
No. Who wants a good racetrack where racing is good? So it's just for the environment, for the countryside, for the tourist attraction. Anyway, so I think this is a bit done and dusted. Or we need a big crash ahead of us.
There's big fighting going on, to be fair, down into the final chicane. There was 2x2, but with 1 lap to go, the white flag is waving, but Ibraheem Khan hasn't waved it out of the window yet. He's not given up, because look at this in front of him. It's so unlikely that I don't think it's happening in any stretch of the imagination, but it could.
It could.
We have to drum it up.
We need 6 disconnects.
Just a mass disconnect.
Yeah, just because.
If we just get the internet to go off in mainland Europe, there we go.
Easy.
The screen will go offline.
No one sees, and then we announce just a fake result.
Yeah, that's the point. Actually, well, to be fair, if they turned off the European, the server would probably crash, but that's not the point. Oh, look, there's cars over the road. Could it become interesting? Well, I don't think it will. But there was our carrot dangling in front of our face, There was our chance and it just disappeared.
I mean, even
I think that's what up this race, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rietveld will go for it. I mean, how far away is Rietveld? Oh, there's someone is attacking someone. Siggy is attacking the leader. Oh, easy, no one cares. Or Jakub doesn't care, he's happy with the podium, I understand. So Jeffrey Rietveld against Casabon, this is my crash hope I have. But they have to crash soon.
Yeah, running out of corners really, aren't we? You think really the bus stop is the last chance for anybody to kind of have some kind of airplane crash. But let's see. You never know. You never do know. Let's see as they run up towards the line, of course. Shame for Robbie Stapleford after that spin on lap 1, just kind of put him out of contention just immediately. Really, it's been so unfortunate for him. But for Ibraheem Khan, he was in the back of the pack, but then had some kind of had a collision and got caught up with the incidents in front of him and wasn't able to catch up there 2x2 in front of Ibraheem Khan. That's the battle for P6 in front. Jeffrey Reitfeld, I think, is going to miss out by a whisker. Ibraheem Khan, he'll finish in P10. Shame for him, and a shame for Robbie Stapleford, of course, because they won't be progressing to the last chance qualifiers or the final in this evening's race. It means that we won't have any BS competition representation in the final coming up. But either way, I think it's fair to say, Florian, that we've had a good night, haven't we?
Yes, absolutely.
First win for Caique. We had Ibraheem's first podium. Yes, the semi-finals didn't go our way, but I mean, we really did have quite you'd say a lucky run in the qualifiers, and then we kind of ran out of luck in the semis.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, we are stable people, and we were over the moon after the quarterfinals, and now the semis didn't go our way. Honestly, I think again it was a tough situation for all of our drivers, actually, because they got involved into stuff that happened. But this is how it is. Yeah, I think we really can take the positives away and say, okay, we have potential to make it to semis. We have potential to put it on pole. We have potential to win races. So overall, a very good night, apart from Germany losing to the Spanish Armada or team. Yeah. So, but for us as a team-based competition, I think a lot of positives.
Yes, but generally, I think overnight there's going to be I think a bit of happiness amongst the guys, even if the semi-finals didn't go our way. We've got Robbie Stapleford in the chat for a quick interview after his race. And Robbie, I mean, it all came unstuck at Le Combe, didn't it? That first lap. I mean, talk us through what happened. It just seemed like it was a bit of a misjudgment of speed.
Yeah, it's just I saw everyone backing up, and I went up on the inside of James, and they just left me no room. Can't do much else. It is what it is. So another final, what maybe could have got to the final, what's just ruined. A disappointing semi, to be honest. Screwed up quali again. They really need to work on just getting quali and getting further up on the field, but we know we can make it in the race no matter where we start. But yeah, when stuff like this happens, it's a bit disappointing. But we'll look forward to Riyadh, aim for the team's championship, score some good points in that, and bring home a big lot of prize money, and it'll be better than making it through to the players anyway. So
yeah, exactly. But I think you will be joining myself and Florian in being very disappointed at our nation's result in the football tomorrow evening. But aside from that, looking forward to Riyadh, I mean, you know, there's definitely positives to take. I mean, you've shown some great pace, you've had some great starts. I mean, where are you looking to kind of pick up your most performance, I think, at Riyadh?
Well, I can imagine I'll do well in the races, but from now till when we fly out, I'll definitely try and work on doing the quali laps, so I know I can nail it when the time matters, and know when we get to the race that I don't have to give myself hard work, and we get into stuff like we did today. And yeah, hopefully we can score some good points as a team and maybe lift the trophy. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see when end of August when that happens. If I'm just telling a load of stuff and I don't actually sort out qualifying, but yeah, hopefully we'll knuckle down from today, and yeah, we'll see where we come at the end.
Absolutely. And yeah, all the best for Riyadh. Unlucky today, but again, you showed some good pace in the qualifiers. So there's always the positives, and yeah, well done, Robbie. And yeah, we'll speak to you again soon.
Cheers, thank you.
Robbie Stapleford, somewhat understandably disappointed, I think it's fair to say. But Ibraheem Khan, is it? I feel a similar amount of disappointment, like with you, because you were in that battle, weren't you, at the back of the train, and then you just got caught up in that incident at turn one that you just couldn't avoid, really.
Yeah, I mean, this was just the product of qualifying out of position and not really being in the mix as much as I'd like. But yeah, this cost. I won't say this cost us finals. because it was just we were just not in the position to fight, and as a product of our qualifying and there not being too much chaos. Yeah, the qualifying I think is similar with Robbie. Struggled as well. Never really, again, as a product of even the quarterfinal, never really got the flow in qualifying somehow, which is something I need to work on for Riyadh. Definitely, yeah. Not a great semi-final, but positives to take on.
Yeah, definitely. I can't argue with that assessment, but I mean, particularly with your, I want to go back to your podium earlier because it was such a fantastic result for you. I mean, there must be definite positives you can take from this event as a whole, because you did get that first podium. You know, that was a great result for you, and carrying that through, you know, does that kind of help buoy the team a little bit with you getting your first podium, Caique getting your first win?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think, yeah, this definitely showed that we can fight, and we've been worked really hard together, that we can achieve great things. Caique's win was definitely the biggest highlight. That was on pure pace and just a fantastic drive from him. So I'm really impressed in his work ethic. Has been something to like model and to try and emulate, because he's on another planet when it comes to being really focused. So I need to definitely try and embody that spirit, and yeah, get that level of attention to detail and in my driving, as this new update has definitely required a lot more into the fine details, and the driving is just driving naturally is not enough. You need to be precise to a degree which I've never really come across in some racings. But definitely brilliant things to take away, and yeah, we're gonna get some stuff in together, and we'll make things up in Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely, we will. Well done, Ibraheem, on that win early. Commiserations for the semi-final. It just didn't go your way, but yeah,
Thank you.
All the best for Riyadh, and we'll hopefully speak to you soon.
Cheers.
Well, Florian, I think final thoughts generally from the evening. You know, the qualifiers, I think, went much better than the semi-finals. I don't think anyone's going to doubt that. But in the qualifiers, you know, we got that Caique win. We got his pole. You know, Germany we're not losing. You know, we got the Ibraheem podium as well. I mean, it has been a really, really good night, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And we should officially red flag all sporting events after quarterfinal, because then it's looking bright and sunny, and then it goes a bit downhill. No. Positives are to be taken into our notebook. Then, yeah, things like I really like what Ibra said. You know, like looking at Caique, for instance, his work ethic, and this is what this teamwork is all about: to look right and left, and to just pick up these small things that make the differences. And I think with the results today, we've shown that we can compete at the very top, and this is the goal of this team, and this is what we showed today. And then, yeah, suddenly the curve went down, but this is how it is. Germany lost as well, so Zebrew night is now officially opened, and I don't have to do the flick flag, which is a very good news for everyone involved, especially myself.
But no, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you all evening long. We've had a great time. I think it's fair to say. Of course, we'll be looking forward to Riyadh in the coming weeks, where we've got the teams, and we'll have Caique going through last chance qualifiers to get there in the drivers as well. All it remains for me to say is thanks to Florian for being alongside me this afternoon. Thanks to Hugo on the cameras. Of course, he does such a fantastic job with them. And then thanks to everyone, all of you, for watching, and for those of you who have stayed after the raid and who have contributed into the chat. It really is appreciated, and we hope we see you in future streams. But for now, we've had a great evening here at Spa. We didn't quite get to the final for any of our BS competition boys, but we will be back, and Riyadh is coming soon. So stick around and keep an eye on the socials, because BS competition will be heading to Riyadh in the not too distant future.